Nope, you were the host that's asking you to start it.
Okay. There we go. We are recording and we're ready to go, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order. And the first order of business is introduction. Approval is. We're going to do introductions. Eric, you want to start off, please?
Sure. Eric Moore, Miles City Cattle Rep. Kind of what we were discussing about. We've had in our country, but July between 3.5 and 6 inches of rain, moisture wherever you were. Been some hail. Doesn't sound like quite as widespread as like maybe Yellowstone County, but we've sure lost some corn acres. Dryland hay is just adequate because kind of like other places, sounds like rain came too late. The alfalfa and the cool season grasses were kind of headed out by the time the monsoon started, but there's lots and lots of grain hay. Going to be lots of silage, lots of corn, lots of feed, and not enough calves to feed it all. That's I think the big concern people are sitting on it. So, but pretty good out there where we are.
Greg Wichman, sheep representative down by Lewisstown. Rain started and it's just been adequate. Farmers are pulling their hair out, not being able to get their grain harvested. Hay is an issue in our country. There's been some storms that have just decimated it, and other ones just a little bit. I had talked to a guy who got hit third time he adjusted, didn't even come out. But sheep market's doing all right. We're not because Mother Nature and coyotes decided it was with those hailstorms. There's a lot of, like Eric said, there's a lot of grain hay. It's going to be bearded winter wheat with the processor that feeds too. So I think we're doing all right. There's quite a bit of hay headed north out of our country. But calf prices where they're at, people aren't complaining like they did a few years back. Life is good. It's green in August. That's a good thing.
Yep.
Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry representative from South of Livingston. Same, I've been testing a lot of hay. There's a lot of hay to sell in our area. It's been a good year, and we're getting ready to do second cut. Calves are sold, so it's good for us.
William Plainsaucer, swine representative, Augusta, Montana. It's been a fairly wet late July, early August with about 3 inches of rain the last 3 weeks. But it's a little too late. We're pretty much, harvest is pretty much wrapped up. It's extremely low yields and low quality. Pretty short season this year for harvest. I think it's nice for winter wheat seeding. Ground moisture is very adequate right now, and there's always next year, I guess. And in the whole market, pigs have never been higher. I think the live market yesterday was at 91 cents. It's been years since we hit that mark. It's looking very good.
Jake Fettis, cattle representative from Manhattan. I'm glad you guys have all gotten rain. We haven't gotten any. It's pretty ugly by us. I've never seen the Gallon Valley this brown. All the storms are going north or south. Hay's good. Our irrigation water shut off. Yelton River's pretty much dry at this point. There's not much water left in it. Hay's been good. That's the upside, is if we got to start feeding early, everybody's got a lot of hay for it. But pastures, we're preg checking the last week. Spring Hill, which is north of Bozeman, is usually green until late September, and it's a brown golf course. So weaning weights are going to be down. It is what it is. But luckily, the calf market is unreal. They're kind of alluded to it. The market's never been higher, ever. We never dreamt we'd see calves sell for this amount, but there's not enough of them. I still got buyers calling every day looking for calves, and everybody sold already. Shipping season will start. I just scheduled my first one. About 3 weeks from now, we'll start shipping yearlings. So that's going to start going, and then I won't see my wife or kids for about 2 months. But it's that time of year. Make hay while the sun's shining, right?
Yep.
Al Redfield, cattle rep from south of Livingston. We had a bumper hay crop. A couple of pastures are really dried up. The high mountain grass we have is good. I showed a picture of my nephew in eastern Montana, and he couldn't believe it. All you can see is the backs of the cows walking through. And I said, yeah, but the poison's just as tall, so I can't use that pasture until it totally dries up. So, but it's doing pretty good. I mean, I've put up more hay first cutting than I've ever done. There's some water left. Luckily, I have the first water right. So the new neighbor who paid millions of dollars for the ranch next door is going to find out what things going pretty good for us.
Well, Gene Curry, cattle rep from Blair, and we've had rain in July and August. I think we maybe had a couple inches, July and August. I don't know. We've never had an inch at one time, but it looks good. It's greener now than it was in May, and the cattle I think are doing good. We've got the yearlings. Jeremy sold his yearlings that are down in Butte, and I guess they're doing okay so far. It's, I guess, a little drier down there. We've got cattle there east of Great Falls at Belt. That looks really good. And the mountains look okay. I don't think we've sold our calves yet, so. Right.
You're gonna do just fine. You might have a tax problem.
No, I don't
This
think
year,
so.
the later you sold, the better you are.
We just bought a combine, so we don't have a tax problem. You know, in the Miles City area, I thought things were a little dry down there, and I was talking to a rancher down in that area that's shipping your everything's right now, and he tells me they're coming in about 100 pounds heavier than they sold them at. He sold them at just under 9, and they're coming in a little over 1,000. So he's pretty happy. He's pretty happy. He said that's the best. The country there around Rosebud looks better than he's ever seen it. So I guess it just, the pockets, you don't have to go very far and things change a lot. I know from this coming back from Helena, it always looked way better down in Williams country than it did up in our country, but our winter wheat yields are surprisingly good. I mean, way better than we thought they would be. Still not worth anything, but at least it's something to put in the bin and hold it down. So with that, I guess we will move on. Ask for approval of the minutes from the last meeting.
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
You better say who moved it, who seconded, because Donna will never.
Yeah.
Okay. yeah,
She's out there
all right,
listening, but she don't know how close she can listen.
All right, it was, yes. It was a motion by Greg and a second by
Jake.
Jake. All right. I will do that. All right. Mr. Mike,
Yeah, well, next up, we'll roll through the OGSM really quick. Brian and I met with Governor Gianforte and Chris Hagan as Chief of Staff on 15th of July for the first one in this fiscal year. We meet with them again next Thursday for the August meeting, but I haven't updated this yet, but I'll show you what I showed him for July. And as far as the sort of 4 dashboards that we report on, this was a year we were able to do, this was a little bit year in for the fiscal year. Probably a surprising number were the slaughter figures through state inspected and custom exempt for the year. I was really surprised to see that fourth quarter. Some of that was driven by a lot of poultry, thanks to our underwriting be pretty happy with what they're seeing coming through their markets, and obviously that's keeping our staff that are at the markets very busy. On the budget year, always good when the expense is below the budget and the revenue is greater than the expense. So kudos to Mr. Simonson and all our managers back there in the back of the room on fiscal management. And we were closing the fiscal year with a little over $14 million in liquid cash. So just, you know, that might be too much, but it's a good sign. It's a good problem to have for the livestock. And that's not inclusive, because we back that out, of like the re-record fees and other things that have to be parceled out over time. That's actual, when we say that's the cash balance, that's a liquid cash balance that's available to us to use. It's not inclusive of money that has to be amortized for future years. And then on the vacancy side, it looks like we had a lot of vacancies in meat and poultry, but that's because I plugged in the new 4 positions that we received from the legislature that became active on July 1st. So that's what those vacancies are, is that plus up in staffing. We're actually pretty full staff in the meat area. You know, Jay still, as you know, you've been seeing the reports, has some openings he's trying to fill out in the markets, and a couple of, we've had a bit of musical chairs with some promotions, and so trying to get some district investigator positions filled. But other than that, we're in pretty good shape across the board. Greg Judah sees on. We do have a vacancy there in the lab, a pretty critical vacancy in our veterinary microbiologist position being open, and trying to recruit for that. We'll probably talk about that more later today, but you know, again, salaries is kind of a challenge there, I think, but we'll work for that. I talked about some highs and lows. A high, not a high that it happened, but a high was how our staff and everybody responded to the truck rollover with the wiener pigs that happened in Wolf Creek. And you know, that was just the way everybody responded, and all the help we got from the community and getting that cleaned up quickly was really good. I pointed out that we're close maybe to being able to discontinue the high path surveillance in dairy. I think we've got to the point where got to handle that, and obviously, knocking on wood, in Montana we never found any cases. You know, Brian had a good number of applicants come in for the livestock loss prevention grants. We were really worried about that for a period of time, but then we got some really good grants in there at the last minute, and the Livestock Loss Board did have a meeting since this time and actually chose who was going to receive those grants. The new brand online lookup tool, we got that launched, and we did have the lab incinerator purchase and install. We haven't installed it, but we got all the contracts done for that, which was big. I did point out a low, as you know, we've dealt with the last couple of meetings with some issues we've been having in the meat and poultry area with some non-compliance issues. That's kind of a low. And then the lab date, you probably saw that in the previous report. Swank has pushed that back now to April of 2026. The reasoning for that being that the project was just more complicated. You know, they've never built a diagnostic lab before, so they kind of messed up on how much work they thought that would entail, and so they've kind of pushed us back to the April of 2026.
From when, Mike? When was the original?
It was going to be in February, so they pushed it back just like 2 or 3 months.
It would be like any two.
Is that the first extension, or are they?
Yeah, that's the first big extension we've had since the project started. So, yes.
Mr. Chairman, would that raise the price on it, or would that stay the same?
No, the price will stay the same. There's always, any of you, and you're in the middle of it now with Borstad, so you know, anytime you're building some sort of big project, there's changes that occur, and we do have little changes here and there that, you know, are in the tens of thousands of dollars range, which is is not big when you're considering a $50 million project. You know, because they thought the electrical was going to go here, but that doesn't work, so the design wasn't quite right. But none of those have really had significant time frame delays on them. But you know, nothing like I would hope that we stay on schedule from this point out. and that there's, not any other, that they've got a good handle on what they've got ahead of them and how long it's going to take them to get it done. But, and actually, I don't know, Greg, when we have Dr. Judah, I think on later, he can probably, I would imagine for them, they're going to take time to move anyway, so this gives them a little bit of time, maybe more time to prepare. So he might actually view it as a positive thing, but we'll see what he has to say about that when he comes on. Just on the goal sheets, we got a new 6-month horizon, some things that we were trying to get done. I'll just point out, we need to roll out and hire these new meat and poultry positions here in the next 6 months. We've got some revisions to grade B dairy operation rules for clarity and consistency that we need to get done. And I know Lindsay and the dairy folks have been working on that. Working with stakeholders, and also I put in here working with Department of Ag. This is to Mr. Moore, something he suggests we have on there is, how do we have been talking a lot about value added, and when we're talking about value added, we're always talking about meat processing and those things. But, do we have a plan for other things that add value to the industry in Montana? So how do we increase feeding? How do we increase retention and ownership and things that help producers capture more value and not ship as much of that value out of state? We've not really focused on that. So that's something that we probably should look at that, and that value added is not all about meat processing. It's lots of other things that we can do to add value to the industry. We've got to get our final procurement moving plans for VDO in place in the next 6 months. By the end of the year, we should probably know how we're going to get operations and move. The big thing is how are we going to do that and be prepared for that with the least disruption, right? So that we don't have gaps in being able to provide services. Another thing focusing on the next 6 months is the NADPREP grants that we have received from USDA for disease preparedness. Dr. Shemansky has got a plan to now, and that's what the measure is, or what we've got to get done, is to reach out to specific stakeholder groups. So whether that's that we would need help from, so whether that's DES, Department of Health and Human Services, MDT, Motor Carrier Services, obviously they'd be key if we're trying to execute a stop order movement, Highway Patrol, all those additional partners and resources outside of our control that we will need to help us if we're dealing with a major foreign animal disease outbreak situation, particularly something like FMD. We are looking at a distribution plan. I put that on there for the additional RFID tags that you approved as a purchase right at the end of the last fiscal year. So how are we going to distribute those? How are we going to execute on getting those vaccination tags fairly out to our veterinarians to help offset the new requirements and some of the challenges we had last year with people being short on vaccination tags, or some sticker shock for producers that were paying for vaccination tags because they were not used to paying for metal clips. But now that we've gone to the mandatory RFID for those orange vaccination tags, some people got that in their vet bill, and that kind of took them off guard. So we bought 110,000 or so tags with the money you approved at the end of the fiscal year to augment what we're also going to receive from USDA to get out there to veterinarians and eventually in the ears for producers come brucellosis vaccination time. So in the next 6 months, the distribution plan should be in place. On Jay's area, it's the time of year when we do our targeted truck stops. So we had set a goal of getting 6 targeted truck stops done to just remind people we're out there, and enforcement and compliance on brand inspections, movement paperwork, CDIs. It also extends to animal health. We got stuff coming in the state. Do we have certificates of veterinary inspection and import permits on those things that are coming into the state? Jay is working on a pilot for how would we ever have local inspectors use the electronic inspection system we built. we've got a good opportunity, Matt Gooderjohn, who works for us in meat and poultry, but also still serves as sort of the brand inspector for Choteau County. He's in our system because he's also a state employee, but he's actually outside of us doing inspections. So he's somebody we could do that with. And then Jay actually has a guinea pig, if you will, in the Helena Valley that outside of our state system that has said they would like to try it out. And so we can start to see how that could be something we could offer to local inspectors, local brand inspectors in the future for those that want to do it. Then we've got to get our Core One software implemented here in the next 6 months. The USA Herd system we were using for animal health, closing that out, moving over to the new software system that we purchased for the future of tracking all of our animal health data. And the other thing that Jay's working on, and this is kind of in the IT boat, but it's a brand issue, is the ServiceNow system. We continue to find new ways to use it. And one of the ways that we're looking at using it, and Jay's working on now, is how it can help us with the auditing of local inspection books, which is something we're always behind on, auditing the local inspectors and whether they're doing things accurately. And then sometimes I know I have one local inspector down in southeast Montana who likes to complain to me that it does him no good when the department tells him a mistake he made 18 months ago. Not much he can do about that. But if he could get that information in more real time, it would be more helpful. And so that's what we hope we're able to do for folks, is if we can get more up to speed on auditing those books, and then if we have inspectors that are making mistakes in their inspections, that we can get them that information to get their work more accurate. And so we can use the computer system to do that auditing function as well. And that'll help take a little bit of burden off our district investigators who have the responsibility for that. And that's pretty much it, Mr. Chair, for what I've shared with the governor at that last meeting. I guess I'll see if there's any questions from the board about it, or anything else you want us to add or be talking about when we do meet with the governor.
Any questions or comments?
I guess,
Yes.
no, Mr. And maybe we can talk when Jay comes up on his, but just when Mike was going over on the previous sheet, the livestock market numbers, I think this fall's gonna be thin.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are so many cattle that have traded over the summer videos, like we were talking earlier. Northern's down to 1 day. They were originally planning 3 days.
We're down to 3 on the next one. We're typically 5.
Yep.
Next week.
Yep. So they're picked clean. I think the barn, just for planning, budgeting, whatever. I mean, never any certainty, but just from what you hear and what you talk to and the hard concrete evidence, like we say, I mean, Northern's gone from 3 days to 1 on their August sale, and Superior's 5 to 3. So not a lot left to go through the barns this fall.
Well, that should help us on our overtime figures.
It should help.
Because we've been running a lot of overtime for the last couple of years. So.
Yes, William.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to comment on that load of piglets that we kept over in the Wood Creek Canyon. The preparedness plan, the plan, the way it was handled, it was like, it basically had a storybook ending. It was, the ranchers supplied panels, and the highway department supplied snow fans, and the trailers the Department of Livestock bought. I think it's extremely important with the barns we have coming up, and we're continuously adding to. All counties should kind of have a plan to how to handle that, because there's going to be more of that. I mean, there's going to be a lot of animals moving from here on out. And the way that was handled, it was handled very well, very well.
Well, I thank you for saying that, and Dr. Szymanski and Jay back there were actually on the scene that morning, so I appreciate them getting it all organized and doing what they did.
Can I make
Yes.
one brief comment?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Connie Szymanski, thank you for that, William. I think there was some really good lessons learned as well from that truck wreck. The rancher showed up with panels. If everybody can imagine, cattle panels aren't gonna hold. small pigs, 20-pound pigs. But somebody had, I call it snow fence, the orange construction fence, and they lined the inside of those panels with it. And that will hold baby pigs really well. And so I think that was a great lesson. And then one of the other things that was a little bit of challenging roadside where you have traffic still coming by you is how to euthanize small piglets. And so that's something that we've been talking about, recognizing the number of ISOE facilities that we're gonna have in Montana. And one of the things that we're gonna try and do is look at kind of the most common routes that those trucks would be taking out of Montana as they're hauling pigs out, and making sure that the district investigators in each of those areas will have kind of appropriate training and any equipment needed to do euthanasia of small piglets roadside.
Yeah,
Jay,
Mr. Chairman, Jay Bonner, Brands Division. I think the other thing, certainly that, as a follow-up, it was a hot day that morning. And, so one of the fire trucks, actually, Dr. Szymanski said, we should use that fire truck to cool these little pigs down. And so we actually, the fire trucks, the local fire department, they sprayed all those pigs down as we, in the containment, and then as we also loaded them in the trailers as we headed them home too. So I think that certainly a little bit of animal welfare there, keeping those animals as comfortable as possible in the situation they were in, I think also assisted.
okay, is one of you guys out? Oh, yes.
Well, just curious, if we know those routes that those trucks are gonna be taking, and it's kind of the same with cattle, but different scenario, different handling situations than with little pigs, but would it be beneficial for the department to write a report on, what happened, how we handled it, what the best practices are, and distribute that to some of these county agencies so that they have an idea if this happens, kind of what the best case scenario is as far as help, or I don't know if that would make any difference or not, or.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Pettis, I think absolutely we would be happy to put something together and try and distribute it. Who is on scene for a truck wreck is so variable. And so it's a pretty large audience that you would have to try and get that information to. Our hope is that the district investigator is always has some link to it, and so that they can be a resource. But as we're working through the NAPREP grant, one of the points of contact that we hope to make is a lot of the law enforcement throughout the state. And so we could also take that opportunity to do some additional messaging.
So, yeah, Mr. Chair, on that point that Dr. Szymanski just made, I would say that's actually one of the key components of success in this versus the cattle truck wreck we had further back in almost the same area, or just a little further south of the area in Wolf Creek Canyon, because in that situation, law enforcement did not, actually our investigator found out about it by people calling him because they had seen it on Facebook. It was hours before law enforcement brought Department of Livestock into the situation. This time, and Jay can probably tell the story better than I can, but as they were gathering fire department, local law enforcement, they said, well, we need Department of Livestock here. Jay happened to be walking up and he's like, well, I'm here we are. And so law enforcement did, and I think that's part of the communication done worked earlier in the year. They, getting that messaging out to law enforcement that we need to be one of their first calls, not like six hours later, they're calling us. I guess we should ask Department of Livestock what we're supposed to do about these animals. That's not how those things should be working.
William,
Mr. Chair, so I like what Jake had said about making a plan and be prepared. So could we make a spreadsheet or something with the do's and the don'ts? So if that happens, just tell the county, let's say in Beaverhead County, there's a load that tips over, this is what you do, and this is who you contact, or want that.
Yes, we can, I think that's all part of the planning phase, is putting together as much documentation and then as much communication to all the partners that we'd be working with as we can. And I do think we made a lot of strides with Highway Patrol now. We did get out, so those dispatchers know that when Highway Patrol receives a call, that, they loop us in if local law enforcement or local fire departments don't do that right away when they first get on the scene.
Well, theoretically, highway patrol should be involved in any accident on a primary route. So if we have the communication, and apparently you've made, like you said, big strides in that open dialogue between them, that should be huge, no matter where it's at in the state. If the highway patrol is on board, they should, because like Dr. Smith said, there's so many different areas, different people would be involved, depending on whether it's Rosebud County or Beaverhead County.
Right.
But if highway patrol, they would be the lead, and they have that checklist. That'd be good. So any other comments on that? All right. So we're gonna move into new business then.
Yes, and Mr. Spatz is out there.
And here I am. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We do hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thanks for having me. I'm Michael Spatz, HR officer for the department, and I'm going to share some recruiting and staffing and general updates with you this morning.
Okay.
Perfect. So
Hopefully apparently we're experiencing a little difficulty with the internet, but
Yeah.
we'll, if you aren't coming in clear, we'll let you know, but just go ahead.
Okay.
And wait.
All right. Jumping in there on the recruiting side, that first slide, or the first slide there shows we're recruiting for 6 positions. That seems to be kind of a common theme lately. However, as of yesterday, we did fill an important position. We did get a formal offer acceptance from the assistant state vet position there from an applicant for that. So knocked one of those numbers down. We filled one of those positions, but kind of looking at what we got out there, we are making progress on the compliance specialist job in the meat world. We got interviews scheduled for Monday. Livestock investigator district 15, we are scheduled for August 20th for interviews. Fill the assistant state vet job. That's great. Start date is September 8th. That's when the applicant will start. District 14 in the Billings markets, they're still recruiting the District 14 job. Jay and his team, they did some interviews last week or a couple weeks ago now, and choosing to hold off after that. They didn't find the right applicant, so they're still looking. And then Mike mentioned it, but we got the vet microbiologist section head position out there. We did make a verbal offer, or a formal offer to an applicant, however, they declined, and so we're making some changes and preparing to repost that job.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Did they give a reason for their declining the position, or?
Their reason was it was pay related, is what they stated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out if that was housing, pay.
Well, I think it'd be a combination of both of their the equilibrium. It's gonna be tough.
Yeah, and they were an applicant from out of state, kind of comparing, their market to our market. But it's that was their answer, was on pay. So Mike was correct. Maybe have to look at some stuff, but we're still getting some pretty good applicants out there. So we're gonna give it another shot, see what we get, and then we might have to discuss pay more officially down the road somewhere, but probably not at this time. So
Yeah, and Mike, so the assistant state veterinarian position, which, as you know, when the last time it was open, we had incredible difficulty. So you never know what type of headwinds or tailwinds you're gonna have in hiring, but we're actually bringing someone back to staff that had left us to go to USDA, and USDA's losses are our gain with how things are going at USDA APHIS right now. So we just happen to have someone in Helena who was looking, that's already there, who was looking for another opportunity. And so this time that job was easy to fill, but you remember the last time it was open, we went through multiple candidates before we ever found someone. So, but the problem with a job like this veterinary microbiologist is very unlikely that that person is going to be in Bozeman. So we're doing a national recruitment, but our systems for how we determine job markets in state government, so those who've been in the legislature are familiar with, we try to compare ourselves to Wyoming and South Dakota, and that's sometimes not a good comparison when you're trying to do a national search or trying to, recruit people to move here from Wisconsin or California, or they just have a different mindset about what their salary should be. And then it becomes more difficult when they look at the Bozeman housing market and then factor that into their decision as well. So Bozeman is difficult, and these jobs that require us to do a national search are a little difficult for us, because of how state pay is figured and how the markets are figured by the laws and policies that govern us.
So 2 questions on that. So one is, how long are we gonna stay at the pace that we have advertised? If we don't get a qualified applicant that accepts, and then what parameters do we have to adjust that pay in the future if we can't fill it up? Because it's a position that we absolutely need. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think, and that's a great question. What we have to be able to demonstrate to go a little bit beyond maybe what we have as a market level for a position, we have to demonstrate the need, right? So we have one failed recruitment. We'll see where our recruitment goes, but if we have another failed recruitment, that gives us a little more ability to go to the budget office, the budget director's office, and make a case for we need something to happen here. We need a change here. But they certainly want to make sure that they're just not handing that out. You have to be able to demonstrate that you've done everything you can to try and hire at that level before they usually will give you permission to put a little more on it. So if we have another failed recruitment, I would imagine we'll probably be making a request to the budget director for some sort of flexibility there to do what we need to do.
And we probably could wait till Dr. But I'm just wondering, in the meantime, that is a needed position in the lab, or we wouldn't be recruiting. So how is that affecting the ability for our lab to do the work that's required?
Would you like my answer? Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Schwartz that filled that position was the first time that the diagnostic lab had a veterinary microbiologist. Part of the reason that position came online was feedback that we were getting from the accreditation body, ABLD. I would say that we are all deeply feeling the absence of Dr. Schwartz's loss. She kind of taught us what we didn't know was possible about having a veterinary microbiologist, the communication, the expertise, kind of the ability to oversee all of those sections that were underneath her, and coordinate all of that. I would say that it is a noticeable loss. And I would say I've also received feedback from the veterinary community. She developed a lot of relationships with veterinarians out in the community and was consulting with them on diagnostics. And so we're missing that piece as well. So it is an essential position.
Chairman.
That's great.
It still baffles me that people apply for a job knowing what the salary parameters are and then get accepted and then say, no, that's not enough. But
Me too.
what do we honestly think it's gonna take to get someone to accept that position salary wise? 10%, 20%?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we were trying to recruit in the 110 to 120-ish area.
I think we were right around 120.
Is what we're currently recruiting. That's 110 to 120,000 a year. Wyoming University, or the Wyoming Lab, I think it's a combination livestock board and University of Wyoming position. It's not a straight state government position, but they have just recently advertised for a similar position, which would be in Laramie. That's where the lab's at, correct? And their job range is 130 to 150 for the same position in Laramie. that's a bite. But that kind of tells us where others like us are recruiting. And so that may be the things or the parameters that we have to consider. But again, there's that process being in state government, and I think all of you want that. You want the executive to be in control of spending, and so that's where, if we're going to go to that level, that's well beyond where we've been trying to hire, what we've been paying for that position past. That is something we need to take to the budget director's office and get the budget director's approval on before we can execute on that.
I would also say that the cost of living in Laramie is a lot lower than Bozeman.
Yes.
So you have a much higher salary.
The
and
scenery is
much-
quite a bit different too.
Very different. Yeah. But when you're looking at the comparison salaries, you gotta keep that in mind too.
That's right, no.
It's a big difference from what we're advertising.
Yeah, what's left in your pocket at the end of the day is gonna be considerably different. You can put up with less scenery maybe.
Yeah,
Yes, go
and
ahead.
to Mr. Witchman's question, and he was, part of one of our vet recruitments that we did a year and a half, 2 years ago. And so I feel your pain when it's like we've advertised it, people know, we've put a range, people know what the top ends we can pay. I do believe there's still a little bit among folks out there in the world who don't really understand what's happening in Montana. And if they're coming from, say California or Arizona, and they think, and also we tend to recruit people who need to have some land because they're bringing animals and those types of things with them. They think it's going to be cheaper here, and then they find out that, oh, wait a minute, Bozeman's actually more expensive than, right outside of Phoenix, Arizona. That's what I think confused they don't think maybe, and I wish they would do that, but I think a lot of them don't really do that research until they have an offer in hand. And then they go, wait a minute, I'm going to lose money moving there, and I might be taking a lower salary, but because they just don't. People would think Montana's cheap. They don't understand what's going on here with the housing market and real estate in the state. And it's not, and I'll say it's not just a Bozeman thing. We have difficulty with Helena. We have difficulty, everywhere in the state we have difficulty. It's not cheap to live anywhere in Montana right now.
No.
Okay, Mr. Spatz.
Back. It's, I was just saying, I'm always hopeful that people will recognize that the department's a great place to work, and that's worth a buck or two. Keep trying that, but we need that. Is a critical position. We got to get that filled for those guys, so we're willing to work on that. Just some movement of recruitment items that have happened since the last board meeting. We had 2 new hires in the Billings and Miles City markets there on the brand side. We did have a staff vet position open. We had an official separation of employment here in the Helen office was Dr. DeGroot's position. And then we received notice that we will have a market supervisor in Lewistown position open on September 1st. So we'll have some more recruiting to do on that end. Some things coming up. Next slide there, Mike, just some staffing updates.
I'll just point out there, you didn't mention the Livestock Loss Board, but we did meet with the Livestock Loss Board on July 28th. They approved the plan that Brian and I put forward to them for staffing their position, which is we'll be looking for a half-time person, not a full-time person, to fill that position moving forward, and at a lower rate. Just one time for going the other way, at a lower rate of pay than what we were paying the previous incumbent. So, and they were okay with that level of staffing, and I appreciate that the Livestock Loss Board has confidence in Brian and I that we felt that's what would meet their needs, and they agreed with us. So pretty soon we'll be out there looking for that. But for people who, I know lots of people have expressed interest in that job to me, it will be different than what that job was previously, both in pay and time commitment. So just wanted to make sure that this board was aware of that. But, we really wanted the Livestock Loss Board's blessing on what we were doing, but it is coming out of the Department of Livestock budget. So you guys need to know what's going on there too. So.
Yep. Good point, Mike. Yep. So lots of recruitment going on. I've mentioned our new hires. Branch is still recruiting for a couple of investigator positions. And then Mike mentioned the lost board. So that's kind of recruitment in a nutshell there. Just some other general updates. The mid-year check-ins, that process was finished. We were about a 98%, but looking at that little percentage that wasn't completed, that was due to some technical items. And then we had people, of course, out of the office on some medical leave, so they couldn't complete that document. So it's technically about 100% completion. So other things that just come up before I sent this to Donna, but we had some notice that there's going to be a slew of some minor language changes to a bunch of policies related to pay and pay processes, travel, training assignments, and the sick leave policy that will need to get updated in our handbook. And then we have a enterprise-wide employee engagement survey happening as well. So that's happening at this time. And after that, unless there's any questions, that's all I got for the board today.
Well, Mr. Spatz, what is the date that those new rules or whatever you want to call them?
They're coming up real quick. They're out for public comment. I know the sick leave policy, and I have to go look at some of the review of the entire thing, but some of it was just some minor wording to a couple things. That's already implemented. That's out there. The pay stuff will be out in probably within the next month. I'd say they'll have that out and ready to go what they're proposing, but it's more just like I said, minor languages and some of the processes and how we would fill out a pay increase form and stuff like that is what we're looking at. So nothing too crazy, but stuff to be aware of.
Any other questions for Mr. Spatz? Well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the next things on your agenda are two things within the legal counsel area, some license revocation processes that we got to get through. The first one on the agenda is dealing with Big Sandy Meat Shop LLC, doing businesses Highline Packing, a custom exempt processor in Malta. And so you received some information prior that there was a hearing that did take place on this license revocation. You've received a recommended order from the hearings officer, hearings administrator that presided over that hearing. And for that case today, you have Michelle Dietrich out there online from Department of Justice Agency Legal Services, who is serving as your counsel in that process today. Obviously, Ms. Simon, who works for the department, is the one that has been working through the pursuit of this license revocation on behalf of the department. So that's why she's not advising you. And we have outside counsel that will be advising you on that process. As far as I know, we have no one, either legal counsel or business owner, representing Big Sandy on the meeting today. But with that, Ms. Dietrich, I will turn it over to you and let you drive in counseling the board through the decision they need to make this morning.
So,
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
yes, please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Michelle Dietrich. I'm an attorney for the state of Montana. I work for the Department of Justice, and I am here to advise the board on the Big Sandy meat license revocation. I think you guys have a good background on what happened here. I need to before you deliberate and move forward.
Hold up a minute. We're having some technical difficulties with the sound here. So, Mike, what is your suggestion?
Well, we just have to fight through it. Our internet is unstable, so.
All right, well, maybe you could.
I don't know if Jay's got out. We were trying to see if we could get a hard wire versus the Wi-Fi, but I don't know if they have that option for us here, so.
Would it be better if we move this down the agenda to see if we could get better service? Or?
Well, you have your legal counsels that you're paying that are out there.
We'll do it. But if we can't hear the legal counsel, we're
If nothing else, have her call cell phone, and put it on.
Yeah, we can try to do that,
That would work.
Michelle, if you'll just keep
All
going,
in,
see.
yeah.
Um, let's see,
See that there was a phone number provided. I'd be happy to give that a call.
well, we're just, you can just call, my cell phone, would probably be the best thing to do. And I can put
Okay,
you on,
go.
and that, I'll give you that number real quick. It's, 565, I think I got this right, because I don't call it myself. 565-2944. Well, no, it's out there. This is my work cell phone, so it's out there.
Give mine. Get enough calls.
Yeah, that's where I just wait for her to call. Let's see if we can hear her better if we do that.
Sorry, that for some reason that's just not going through for me. I'm not sure why. Are you guys able to hear me now
You're
or?
coming through now, so, yeah, I would just keep working through. We're
Yeah,
hearing you
we'll
okay.
try it, and if it is a problem again, we'll give you another phone number and see if that would work, but go ahead.
Okay, my apologies.
So
So
it's your fault, so thank you.
the background on this case then is that you had a exempt custom meat licensee who is alleged to have not allowed a meat inspector to access the licensed facility and conduct their inspection. And when that happens, if you guys review the record today and you determine that the facts substantiate that that occurred, then the mandatory penalty for that is revocation of the license. I will note that there was a little bit different here on the procedural part of the case, and that is because the parties who were then at that time both represented by counsel were proceeding to a contested case hearing, and on the eve of the hearing, Big Sandy actually asked if they could just forfeit their license and not proceed with the contested case hearing and just have the case dismissed. Due to some procedural concerns, department, that they thought that that wasn't, the proper way to do it. They asked if, they could reach resolution with Big Sandy on the ways that a party is legally allowed to sort of forfeit a license, but they weren't able to actually ever get that in place. So instead, what the department did is they went ahead with their contested case hearing. They entered their evidence, even though Big Sandy didn't appear in that hearing. And then your hearing examiner issued you a proposal for decision. So what you have now is sort of a record that was created by the department. And when you're reviewing that, you just make sure that the factual findings that are put forward to you by the hearing examiner, that those are supported by substantial competent evidence. And then you'll check those conclusions of law to ensure that they are correct. Outlined your options in the memo. You can go ahead and adopt the proposal for decision as your decision, or you could modify or reject the conclusions of law if you determine they're incorrect. Or you can change the findings of fact if you determine that they're not supported by competent substantial evidence. So with that said, my concern was just trying to help you guys and make sure that we had undertaken the correct procedure here to get this case in front of you and for you to issue the decision. And my advice to you would be that procedurally, the department did the right thing, having the hearing, getting you the record, and now having you issue this final agency decision. So I feel good about where the case is at, and I think that it is ready for your decision today.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask for a motion to proceed with the revocation, and then we'll have discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I move.
Okay, I have a motion by Alan. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Lily. So discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can we ask questions of the
Yes,
attorneys? Okay.
yes.
Ms. Dietrich, this is Eric Moore. Just to be clear, is the fact, when you said one of our options was to dispute the facts and evidence, is the fact that the inspector was denied admission to the plant in dispute, or does Big Sandy acknowledge that that in fact happened?
So when you look at the proposal, what the evidence that was entered about Big Sandy is they had some discovery responses where there was requests for admission about various factual issues in there. And so let me just check and see if that's one that they admitted to.
That was in the big document that I sent. the 100
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there's a quote in there that says he told the sheriff he knew he was gonna lose his license for not allowing the inspector on this. I'm pretty sure that's the line item.
Well, and asking the department to just rescind the license, basically. I wonder, so is it, I guess, what's the plan for this facility? Are they closing then, or does anyone know?
Sorry, to answer the question, I do think, was that Lindsay who was speaking? I do think that she's correct that it's uncontested that the owner, Jim Dumas, told the sheriff that Shipman was not allowed on his property and acknowledged that he would probably lose his license because of the refusal. I apologize for interrupting.
That's fine.
And they talked to the to our inspector supervisor, and he made it very clear from what I read that it wasn't gonna happen.
So, other discussion?
How long, I apologize, how long has Big Sandy Meats been in business?
I don't know the answer to that. It might have been in the notice that we issued that's a part of the administrative record. I would have to check that.
Okay, and I apologize. I got through part of that. My eyes glazed over, my brain quit working.
No, I saw it. Lindsay had submitted into evidence that the formation documents. So the LLC was formed in 2012. I'm not sure how long they've actually been licensed or operating the meat shop, but
And for the record, there's never been an inspection of this plant, or is it just a new situation that they decided to quit letting inspectors in?
For the record, this is Lindsay Simon. As department counsel, my preference would be to make all of your decisions based on the administrative record. I think if you consider anything outside of that, you're putting your decision at risk of being overturned. So
Okay.
if it's not in the materials, I don't think it should be discussed.
It doesn't matter how long they visit, if you don't let the inspector in, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
They're done.
well, cool. Any other discussion then? All right, I'm gonna ask for a vote. All in favor of the motion to rescind the license for,
It's
is that to revoke the license? Is that the proper?
I'm not acting as your counsel, but as department counsel, we are asking that the motion be to accept in full the hearing examiner's proposed decision and adopt that as your final order. That is what the department is asking of the board today.
Okay, so that's your motion and your agreement.
Accept the.
Okay, So all in favor of the motion as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, so now we will move on to the next. So
Yeah, and I'll just kind of lead in on this, Mr. Chair. The next, let me get over here and stop sharing that document real quick. Got to stop share. Cancel that. I don't think I'm sharing that. Okay. The next item is dealing with Robert Sane doing business as ABARS Processing in Scobie, Montana. This is the matter that you had before you at your previous board meeting, similar to what you just did with Big Sandy. You at that time postponed making a decision on the proposed final order from the hearings examiner. Just to take you back to that and to that record, the hearings examiner had made the recommended final order of revoking the license of ABARS, similar lines of refusal to allow inspection. And then also when there was inspections, just systemic continual issues. To remind the board of what it did at the last time, it asked the department staff to go and the ABARS Processing agreed that they would fix the issues that were at dispute, and that they would submit to reinspection. And so those things have happened. There has been a reinspection since your last meeting. That inspection is not actually part of the record of the proposed final order from last time, so that makes this a little bit more complicated. But you do have today, Trish Clonkey is out there online, and Trish is the individual who will be representing the board. So I will turn it over to Trish at this point to see where she wants to lead us. This one's just a little bit different because you had a proposed final order in front of you at the last meeting. You did not take action on that, and then you directed department staff to undertake some additional actions that are not part of the final record of that previous proposed final order. So I just want to see how Trish would want to lead you through that.
So for the record, Trish, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. My name is Trish Clanky. I am an attorney with the Drake Law Firm in Helena, and we have been retained as outside counsel for the department on this matter in of course, the same role as the previous attorney. This is an interesting matter in a couple of respects, and I hope you all can hear me. If we do have any further technical difficulties, somebody wave your arms in the air or something, please. So there are a couple of aspects to this case. One is the request for reinspection, which, as Mr. Honeycutt just alluded to, I do not believe has been made part of the administrative record at this time. The second complication perhaps is very similar to the prior case that you just heard regarding Big Sandy, where the licensee and their counsel are not present for the hearing today and did state that they intended to relinquish or forfeit their license. That communication happened after they had filed exceptions to the hearing officer's proposed order and findings, and after that reinspection had occurred, they basically said, we don't want to participate anymore. So that is the situation that we're in kind of legally and procedurally right now. I'll kind of, pause here if you guys have questions about that.
I guess my question is, what is your recommendation? Because you are our legal counsel, so you can make recommendations to this board. So what is your recommendation, the proper avenue that we should take to finalize this? I guess I can take my responsibility for giving people a second chance, and they definitely did not respond like I would hope they would. So now I'm not, when I give people a second chance, I expect different results than what we've had. So with that, I guess we're asking for your recommendation, or I am as chairman of this board. And after you would make a recommendation, then I'm gonna open it up for questions from the board.
Certainly, thank you. So my recommendation would be that the board move forward with adopting the proposed findings and conclusions. Similar to, I think, what was discussed with regard to the previous case, I don't believe that there is a proper procedure or method at this stage of the case for the licensee to forfeit their license. We also certainly do not have any evidence in the administrative record that the previous violations that were the basis for that recommendation of revocation, we have no evidence in the record that those have been remedied. And, you know, I don't want to go too far into introducing matters that are not in the record. But I will just say that, you know, if those changes had been made, there probably would be evidence of them put forward, and that evidence is not in the record today. So I think that the board would be justified in its review of the record in affirming and adopting the hearing officer's proposed findings and conclusions. So that would be my recommendation, is to adopt that order in full.
Okay, does anyone have any questions on the clarification that she gave on what her recommendation is? Then I'm gonna ask for a motion to proceed with the recommendation of the hearing officer that heard this case previously. And after that, we will have discussion.
I'll make a motion to accept the final order of the hearings officer.
Okay, we have
Second.
all right. I have a motion by Jake and a second by Greg. Discussion.
Go ahead.
All right.
Ms. Page, was ABARS informed that the board would be taking action on this day and given an opportunity to provide any comment?
Yes, the board was informed of this meeting and that this matter would be on the agenda, and counsel for ABARS responded and expressly said that neither she nor her client would be attending or participating.
Okay.
Great.
So when we revocate or revoke these licenses, how long do they have to shut down? Obviously, if you've got beef hanging in the cooler, you kind of got to get through the process. What's that process look like?
Dr. Samansky, would you like to address that?
Oh, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I honestly don't know the answer to that.
You know, yeah, I don't know if they're, and I can't speak to any specific, and I see Ms. Love's not online with us yet, any specific FSIS regulations to that fact. I would just say that I think we would want to be fair that if either of these had taken in animals as custom exempt processors, if they had taken in animals from owners and already had those slaughtered, that we certainly would let them return that meat to the owners. It would just be not to take in any new animals after the revocation of the license. If they were, and again, remember that they do have the opportunity, even if a license is revoked, that does not mean that if in the future they wanted to start operations again, they could reapply to the department. They would just be starting a whole brand new process. So there is that opportunity in the future should they decide to come back. But we would let them finish what's already been slaughtered. They just shouldn't take any new animals in, because obviously that meat belongs to the owners. We want it to get back to the owners. We don't want it wasted, if there isn't.
Got a couple more.
Alicia does have her hand up.
Oh, she's
want
out
to let
there.
her answer that first question.
Hey there, Mike, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm not sure why I wasn't showing up, but I've been listening in.
Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Alicia Love. I'm the Meat, Milk and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. As Dr. Szymanski stated and Mike stated, there isn't a lot of historical context in us doing this. but I would support the idea that Mike was kind of outlining of them completing processing of animals that are in that facility and essentially saying, you know, once that product is cleared out, no more.
Okay. Then
So
very good.
the next one is, how do we verify that or enforce that process?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would support, if the board agrees with me, to send a compliance investigator to do an audit of what currently exists in the facility, taking an audit of it, writing down the names of the owners of those animals, and then doing some investigation on how long they usually take to process that many animals. And then someone going back out after that time frame and verifying no additional carcasses are in the establishment. That would be my idea.
So, can I interject just a little? So what authority would we have? Okay, what authority would we have over that plant after we revoke their license?
Yeah, that's I don't know. I think that becomes a little more difficult because without them being a licensee, that I think severely curtails what our rights and abilities of an agency to access that property are. Our rights and abilities to access those properties now come from the fact that they hold a license with us. And I think that what we would have is a situation where if operations continued and someone reported that to the department, it would be a different legal process we would have to go through to access it. But if someone reported that to us, it's something we could act on and start down that pathway, but we'll have a lot less ability really to follow up, in my opinion, just because they don't have a license with us. So that makes our ability as a government agency to access that property much more difficult. But I'm hopeful that would not be an issue or a problem. But
So I guess, I think Ms. Simon probably would tell us to get back on track, that that is not part of the order that we are acting on. And would that be a fair statement?
Yes, the department has been dealing, we started this process in October 2024. At this stage, I would just like to have a final order and be done with it. And we could address any compliance issues after there's a revocation, but as of now, they still have a license, so I think that's just hypothetical at this point.
Okay. So I think we're fairly straightforward, and we've kind of hashed and rehashed this, and like I said, I take responsibility for giving them, pushing this board to give them a second chance anyway, and with that, I'm gonna ask for a vote. All in favor of revoking the license, or actually adhering to the, or
Adopting the proposed findings and conclusions.
Thank you. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I guess, and this relates to it, since we've done it. So MRS put in the paper up there that they were no longer in business.
Is that right?
They did.
Okay.
I know that. So do we as a entity say, put in the paper that they are no longer in business, will not accept any more animals? Can we do that?
I think we could probably, Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, I think we could probably do that. I think we would also post, I believe there's a statute that requires us to post final orders on our website. I've been working with IT to try to get a collective database for the final orders on these types of issues that's up there, but we could definitely put it on the website under the news section as well.
But that doesn't get to the people up there. I mean,
That's,
if they're gonna haul a beef into the thing, they're not looking at the website. That's why I'm saying that, this is, there's a gap there that maybe
I
we
don't
deal
think
with.
there's anything to stop us from doing it if everything is correct. I don't believe, from my prior employment at Department of Labor and Industry, I don't think that that is something that other licensing boards do when there's a license revocation. I think they kind of rely on what's posted on their licensing database, but I don't see anything that would prohibit the department from doing that in this case.
William.
Mr. Chair, you mentioned that you said you're gonna take the blame for giving them a second chance, and I think it was an excellent decision we made that day, and they had a chance to fix it. If they were serious about staying in business, they would have fixed it.
Is that something that I think Alan has a point, and I think this is the time to discuss that. Is do we want our legal counsel to look into making sure that that would be proper and legal to post, to put it in a local paper or however to get the information out to the patrons that would potentially use these establishments. You know, there's two, so we need to treat them both the same. So Lily, you know.
Mr. Chair, I usually agree with Alan, but I do not. I don't think that we need to hold, like, I think there's a little bit of consumer responsibility. And if you're hauling your animals to what you think is a custom exempt plant, maybe you should check the department website and just like, I think there's a little responsibility there. Because then I think we're just always going to have to remember that if there's some sort of final action on a processing plant, it has to be put in the paper, and we have to, I feel like that's setting a precedence that maybe isn't always needed, because I think there's a little bit of consumer responsibility there.
And,
Well, and Lindsay, the flip side of that is if they continue to operate without a license, they're violating the law, and then it becomes a purview of the county sheriff, doesn't it?
Correct, it is a misdemeanor. I don't think we publish anything like when meat establishment licenses expire on December 31st of every year. So if they don't renew them, then it's not active. We don't do any kind of public notice in those situations either, when a license just expires for failure to renew. They just come off of our list of licensed establishments.
The other thing I wanted to bring forward, just so folks are aware, in the case of ABRS, it's a little different because they're just a custom exempt, or what were a custom exempt processor. In the previous business that we were talking about, we'll have to be mindful that they still have a retail shop and can still process meat under the retail exemption. If they buy like boxed beef in and do that, they still have the right to do it. So there'll still be meat going through that facility, going to their retail store, even if they're no longer doing custom exempt. So I would also want to be careful that we don't send a message that, you know, because that would happen is we would be getting calls that, well, their store in town is still open. Why is it still open? It's like, well, because we only revoked their license dealing with one part. They still have a retail license through their county sanitarian and still have rights to do certain processing. So we also could, in some cases, confuse the public more than we want to, or potentially do more damage to the business that was not our purview to do, right? We want to be careful that we're operating within our rights and abilities and what we're supposed to do.
Okay, any other comments on that? Then looks like we have consensus to just let the process play as it is now. So with that, we're going to move on to the executive officer update.
Oh, Alicia had her hand up.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if she just forgot to take it down, but maybe she had something she wanted to say.
Mr. Honeycutt, members of the board, I just wanted to provide some clarification that our compliance investigators do routinely go into retail shops that sell meat as well. So even if they don't have a license, the Federal Meat Inspection Act still gives us authority to go into businesses that are in the business of meat. That's the only thing I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Ms. Simon. Now that we have a motion on the Big Sandy Meat Shop matter, I would note we've been dealing with that recently with a retail establishment that doesn't have a license from us but sells meat products. We have sent them notice that our regulations do allow us access into any shop that is selling meat for purposes of compliance surveillance activities. This individual is the same individual. It's a different entity. It's the same individual that owns Highline Packing, who essentially trespassed our compliance officer from his separate legal entity retail store as well. So we are dealing with that as well. Just for your purposes.
So you're saying that
There's no, I'm not asking for any action from you on this. I'm just letting you know that it is, the denial of access is not something we're just seeing in our licensed facilities. Retail establishments are pushing back on our authority just to go in and do compliance checks as well. Under the Federal Meat Inspection Act that we have essentially adopted and incorporated, there's certain retail activities that do not require a grant of inspection, and they don't require a license from us under state law. So that is probably where they're coming from and thinking this isn't your area, but the law is pretty clear, and FSIS is supportive of us as well, that the law is clear that we need to have access for surveillance purposes.
the saga moves on.
That is not a licensing matter though, so there will not be any final order from me coming before you.
All right. Okay.
All right, Mr. Chair, I got a couple of updates I want to share today. Actually, I was remiss in getting Don removed. We do not need to talk about session or legislative update. We are past that point now, and actually implementing, in the process of implementing things that happened during session and the new budget as we rolled into the new budget year. I did want to give a little brief update on Yellowstone National Park bison, the EIS situation, what's going on with NRC bison management plan activities. There's not a huge update at this time of year other than the state's case regarding the EIS continues. It is still open, but no movement on that. Just to reiterate for those who have forgotten, the state of Montana entered into litigation against the Department of Interior on the new EIS decision that was announced last October. I believe it's been about 9 months or so since that, or maybe a little longer, since that was announced, basically saying that the state of Montana didn't feel it had been given its fair opportunity as a cooperator in that process. So that is just out there, nothing new to report on that particular case. But I did want to make sure the board was aware. I did put it in a report, but because it's been in the paper and I know we've gotten lots of calls at the office about it, so I figured a public forum is a great place to address it. That unfortunately, for the first time in probably 2 years, the department actually had to engage in the lethal removal of the Yellowstone National Park bison. It was about 4 miles west of tolerance, zone 2 tolerance. It was a bull bison on the west side, the west management area, so that's West Yellowstone. It was between West Yellowstone and the Idaho border. It was actually in an area where cattle were pretty near, within a few miles of the location. So again, the types of things that we look, if we have to end up lethally removing one, the things we look for is A, is it outside of tolerance where it's supposed to be at that time of year? The answer to that question was yes. Can any other objective to get that bison back into tolerance be executed? Like, can we haze it back? Oftentimes that's what we will do, but in this case, we were 4 miles and across some ridges, and the hazing of that bison, especially in 90-degree summer heat, was not going to be feasible. So that was not an option. Then of course we look, what is the imminent risk? Is there a chance of commingling with cattle? That was present in the situation. So in our decision tree, all of the check boxes that we go through led to lethally removing that particular bison. It was only a mile or a couple miles from the Idaho border as well. And we do have an obligation to our partners in Idaho to manage what's happening within our state. So that was, and of course, obviously, it's everything down there. Everything's watched. Everybody knows what we're doing. So that word did get to the press, and so you would have seen maybe that in the Billings Gazette or some other papers. And then we have received some calls from others who are concerned and just wanting to know, why we did it, you know, what was our authority to do it? You know, why was there not another option available to us? But I should point out that at this point in time, differently than maybe a couple of decades ago, department staff lethally removing a Yellowstone bison is actually a very rare occurrence. And I think, I don't know if Dr. Szymanski looked back, but it was like the first time in 2 or 3 years I could remember our staff having to do that. It is very rare that we do it on the west side. Usually it's bison that are out of tolerance on the north side in the Paradise Valley. But in this particular case, we had to do that. So that's something that we had to do as part of our role, and we did document that very well in case anyone has concerns or we see any actions coming towards the department about the decision we had to make and the actions our staff undertook. But largely, obviously, at this point in time of year, summer, there's usually very little going on with in regards to Yellowstone bison because they're mostly all back in the park during this time of year. The season is coming.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. This is Lindsay Simon for the record. Dr. Szymanski, Mr. Simonson, and Ms. Love are telling me that we entertained the motion on the ABRS final order, but there was no vote on the record, which I had written down that we did, but we've got a number of audience members telling us we didn't, so I just want to clarify
we
that.
did, but we can vote again if it's not. Did we not vote?
I thought we voted.
Yeah.
Maybe it didn't come through on the audio with the internet issues though.
I don't know, but we did vote on it.
Yeah, we did. We absolutely did.
Yeah, I was here, but yeah, it was.
Should we do a second vote
I-
just to make sure?
Yeah, that would make me more comfortable since I've had 3 people tell me that they didn't, that they think we didn't. I thought we did as well, but now I'm second guessing myself.
We did vote. But, I don't know. Was that?
Maybe just affirm the vote on the record so we can have that if there's any question.
If it'll make people more comfortable. Yeah.
Was it
I
a
guess.
unanimous vote?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a
Okay.
unanimous vote.
Thank you, I'm sorry, that was all from legal.
Yeah, so,
Better now than
Yeah.
1, 2 weeks from now, so.
but that's what I was gonna report on Yellowstone National Park, bison. The, other thing I wanted to report, you saw that Ms. Conkey had to join us today from the, Drake Law Firm there in Helena, which we had to procure for outside counsel. And so that's gonna be a new thing that I want to make sure the board was aware of. The Department of Justice has chosen to close down its Agency Legal Services Bureau. And so they will no longer be offering those services to state agencies. What does that mean for us? In these cases where we had this complicated situation where Lindsay, who normally is advising you as a department employee, could not because of her role in, for lack of a better term, prosecuting matters on behalf of the department. And or if we need hearings examiners, we're going to have to go outside. Normally we would go to Agency Legal Services for those, and we had a standing contract with them and a rate of pay that we paid them. Ms. Simon, based on her previous work with Department of Labor and their professional licensing boards, have reached out to her former colleagues because they have to do a lot of hearings. And it's potentially we may at times use Department of Labor staff to be our hearings examiner if we need to. But if they're not available to us or can't do that, you'll see more of what you saw today, which is us having to go to outside counsel, usually in Helena, trying to find a law firm that has some expertise or history with the subject matter and entering into a contract. So just don't be surprised if you see a private law firm name representing you at times because we don't have that option of using Agency Legal Services moving forward.
So how does that fit in our budget? We have, I mean, when we hired our own legal counsel and we had the state legal counsel available.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so at the last legislative session, the legislature improved a rate for Agency Legal Services Bureau up to $200 an hour for senior attorneys. We retain Drake Law Firm at a rate of $225 an hour, so it's not a significant change in terms of what we would be paying if we still had Agency Legal Services Bureau there. I would anticipate, especially in the Helena area, that there are probably law firms that are going to try to pick up some of this business and specialize, and they might have some more competitive rates. I don't know, to get this kind of state business. But I was encouraged by the rate we saw from Drake Law Firm of being not that different from what the rate increase for Agency Legal Services Bureau was. So hopefully it won't be a substantial budget impact. One thing too to consider going forward is, you know, in a situation where I'm not prosecuting, it's not like a licensing case, for example, if we had a market transfer certificate hearing, there are options there of, well, what role could I be? Could I be the hearing examiner or could I be board counsel? And if, you know, in some situations, we might choose one over the other. We might consider which one would be more budget friendly as well. Like which one is going to require more hours and more work if we go outside. So those are things to consider, but we've kind of always been in that position. And it sounds like there won't be a substantial rate difference by going to private counsel.
Thank you for that explanation. All right.
And Mr. Chair, that's all the just new updates that I had for you today was those two issues.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
When is your next IBMP meeting?
Ooh, what is the day?
October 14th, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so the only reason I'm asking is we know that the population is up from the count. And I was just reading a report earlier this week that we're supposed to have an extremely cold, extremely snowy winter. So it could lead to a large out migration.
He's got a lot of hay.
It might all get eaten too. So I just didn't know.
Yeah, and where we are right now, so obviously Yellowstone is operating under the new EIS that they adopted. And at the level we're at now, roughly a population 5,500 to 6,000 at last count, puts them in the most aggressive posture for population management. And so what that means is if we get an out migration, and obviously without an out migration, we can't do population management, so we need some sort of an out migration. There will be obviously trapping animals for quarantine, trapping animals for consignment to tribes in the food transfer program, and then also you know, those methods to try and reduce population and tribal hunting. And the last year we had, several years ago, we had a pretty big out migration. The tribal hunters removed 1,500, somewhere in that neighborhood. So the tribal hunting has been very effective at population management. And so an out migration means there'll be a lot more opportunity for that. Last year, there was very little opportunity for that because we didn't see an out migration beyond the boundary. So those are the actions that will take place with the intent of, Dr. Szymanski, you may be more in touch with the numbers, but I'm assuming they'll want to remove 12 to 1,500 or in that neighborhood at where we're at in the current population. If that opportunity presented itself, is kind of where they would be in, you know, they don't have, it's range bound, it's not a set number, but that's about what they would want to be removing from the population to stay under that 6,000 number that's in the EIS.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we won't know the fall count until August, September roughly, but I would suspect that it would be like a 11 to 1,400 range. They typically give a range, and that upper number is about a quarter of the population.
So I think that's what we can expect to be hearing from the park, you know, as we get into the operational season.
And there is a pretty good sized group of females that will graduate from quarantine this winter, from phase 2 of quarantine, and be able to move up to Fort Peck for phase 3. So there will be space in quarantine to take on new animals, which I feel like it helps with the process of trapping animals when there's dual purpose for that trapping.
The other thing that I would say from our standpoint, from the Department of Livestock Management standpoint, is obviously we're worried about bison that would be out of the zone 2 tolerance area. So last time we had a bigger out migration, you know, we did pay close attention to those areas approaching the zone 2 boundary and trying to get action to haze or deter those bison before they would get out of tolerance, before they would get into the Paradise Valley. and maybe we would have to take more aggressive action. And that worked very well during that. We were able to, again, we got people who know the landscape very well and know how bison move there. We also, and I think we would employ the same tactic we did last time on the north side, where we also tried to use tribal hunting as a hazing methodology. So if we had bison that were sort of beyond the area where the hunting typically takes place, but there was federal unclaimed land where they could hunt, and we would say, look, tomorrow we're going to have to undertake a hazing operation if the bison are there. And tribal hunters were very good about showing up at sunrise, and then they started moving the animals south, and it sort of stopped our sort of need to do a lot of hazing. On the west side, there's a lot of tolerance up the 191 corridor within the park and up towards the Taylor Fork of the Gallatin. So there's lots of places for bison to go there. They don't typically go there. Obviously on the west side, though, there's just a lot more tolerance. Our management activities is watching the Madison River, right, and making sure they don't cross that south area of the Madison. And so, but we try our best to make sure we catch as much of that as we can before they're so far gone that we don't have any other options. So we'll have a lot of watchful eye on that and doing what we can to haze and keep those bison back across the river, so that we don't have to do more aggressive tactics with those bison later on. So that's what I expect for the upcoming season based on experience. I guess going into my 10th season in this thing now, that, if we get that out migration, that's what I expect to see.
It's just amazing to me when the department was doing lethal removal of bison. We were in the paper every day on the news, on TV. When the tribal hunters doing that same procedure, just goes on, which is perfect. I mean, it keeps us out of the news, and it gets the results are the same or better. So
I think we have found that tribal hunting and the quarantine program, the bison transfer program, there's a lot more social tolerance, if that's the term I can use for those types of actions versus how we did things 30 years ago.
Not even 30, 20.
Yeah.
So, yes, ma'am.
I had a question, Mr. Chair. So, see, we do have a mild winter, and they don't migrate out of the park, and there's an explosion in population. What do we do then?
It'll just be, obviously there'll be much more aggressive management when we do. That probably is a question better posed to the park and what methods or what things they have that they can do inside the park. I would say they're very limited about what they can do inside the national park, because they've been under, an order of natural regulation for a long time. But I can speak to what we can expect in the population. We see a recruitment rate of about 17%, somewhere in there. So if you were starting that, if you thought you had 6,000 bison, you could expect that next year, if you had no out-migration, that next year you should probably have somewhere between 6,500 and 7,000. The year that we had the big out-migration a couple years ago, I think the population was pushing 5,500 when we had. Because that's the other thing. I mean, we had at one point in zone 2, or all total during the year, I think the estimate was how many? 4,000?
4,000 animals that were in the Gardner Basin outside of Yellowstone National Park.
Yeah. So that's what we saw with, with these similar population numbers a couple of years ago. So that's potentially what we see. But I'm going to knock on wood. But we managed that situation, right? Between all the methods, and we had some and we were a little proactive on the zone 3 boundary to catch them early and push them back. And so we had a big out migration. We had 4,000 bison in the Gardner Basin, but I don't know in that season, did we ever have one that got out of zone 2? I don't think we had one that ever got out of zone 2, did we?
There was, I don't remember the exact number, 6, 7, 8 full bison that were outside of zone 2 for about 45 minutes.
Yes.
They crossed the cattle guard, near the cattle guard at the same time that the Park Service was flying a surveillance flight. And so they saw them and radioed them down. And so Officer Himmelspach was able to get over there and get that maze back in very quickly. So just one small blip.
So, hopefully, like I said, knocking on wood, we can have a large outmigration and manage it. We have done that. But to William's point, or Mr. Consol's point, we don't know what a population of 7, 8, or 9,000 would look like, but we gotta be hopeful that Mother Nature gives us the opportunities to do what we need to do to maintain a healthy bison population, but also maintain that population at a manageable number.
Any other questions on?
Just one quick question, Mr. Chair. So the ones Dr. Shemansky mentioned, you're taking them out of the quarantine to take them to Fort Peck. What happens with them there?
So at Fort Peck, they undergo a year-long quality assurance program. They get tested 2 more times or 1 more time for brucellosis, and all have been negative there. And then that's sort of their final clearance to be able to be dispersed to other tribes. And that's usually what happens with them is other tribes that are trying to establish conservation herds or bring bison back to their reservation. That's through the Intertribal Buffalo Council. That's who receives those animals. But it's just one last clearance before they get far away from Montana that there's not any brucellosis risk with those animals.
And so far, I guess my concern was knowing what happens on the reservation that I'm next to. My concern was that the quarantine facility that they had up there wouldn't be adequate to do the function that it was designed to do, but apparently it's working well.
I've been to the Fort Peck facility multiple times. I can't say that I've walked every mile of fence that's around it, but it is a pretty robust facility for handling and containing bison, both keeping bison in the facility and keeping wildlife and other vectors out of the facility.
Their private herd, however, causes some issues.
So I would say that as a facility for that quality assurance, it is never, having visited, there's never been a concern from us that created any additional risk for that part of the state.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we inspect all of the quarantine facilities in the greater Yellowstone area on an annual basis. And that's an inspection between our office and USDA to make sure that there's no opportunities for either movement of disease from inside the facility to out, or more importantly, outside to in, since we're trying to clean up the population on the inside. And then also we go up to the Fort Peck facility once every 3 years. And so I was up there last year. It's a great facility. It does everything that we need it to do.
That's good to hear. Yes.
Chairman, for my thought process again, so they put 100 cows in the quarantine, test them. What has been the initial positive test? What percent?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so they have definitely, we've learned a lot about the quarantine process over the years. And so they tend to try and pull either yearlings or 2-year-olds exclusively into that quarantine procedure. Those animals have had essentially less time on the landscape to get in trouble and find brucellosis. And so those go in roughly January, February during the outmigration. And then they, once the migration season is done, they'll go in and test those animals every 30 days until they get a clean test on everybody. So everybody stops seroconverting. I would say that for the yearlings, a very small percentage of those animals go on to be seropositive. And then for the 2-year-olds, slightly higher number. I'm trying to think of a percentage. I would say it's safely less than 20% of those animals seroconvert once they're in, but I can get a more refined answer for you.
Oh, yeah,
It's low. It's surprisingly low, considering the seropositive level of the Yellowstone herd as a whole.
And what is that?
Around 60%.
which is why they have a 17% retention rate.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I guess we all want to clean up brucellosis, but in that case, if we cleaned up that bison herd, there would be a lot of calves every year that have, so Mother Nature's taking care of part of the business for us. Other questions on the EIS or IDMP? Well, then we will take a break, and we're running ahead of schedule, so we're gonna, what do we have scheduled for break? 15 or, yeah, so let's reconvene at 10 o'clock. Okay? for being a little late.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we got your microphone on, we got your video on, so.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. And our next order of business, and Mr. Ryan, and you'd introduce yourself, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brian Simonson, I'm your Deputy Executive Officer for the Department of Livestock. We're going to be in tab 2. Our first order of business under Centralized Service Division is the Predator Control Aerial Hunting Allocation. Every year, with the start of the new fiscal year in July, we have some bills to pay or to vote on and put numbers to and get those out. And one of those is our predator control allocation. So with the statutory appropriation of $575,000, we need to determine how much of that goes to wildlife services and the 3 counties that do not participate in USDA Wildlife Services aerial hunting program, which you can see at the top of that is Carter County, Powder River, and Richland County.
So, Brian, maybe there's some talks with, at least Carter and Powder River about changing. Is that I mean, were they talking about maybe trying to do something different or that?
So last November, I went down to Carter County and they were exploring different options. One of the options they explored was, did they come back into this program? But some of the folks there expressed that folks had forgotten why they did it this way, and that was the winner. They wanted to continue receiving their money that they could do with directly what they wanted versus just folding into the master sort of USDA Wildlife Services.
Okay, so there will be no change in the foreseeable future. Okay.
That I can see.
Mr. Chair, essentially, I'll just drive down this page to explain what's here and then ask for a couple of votes, or maybe one vote at the end. So at the top of the page lists out what those 3 counties paid in their per capita fee for this calendar year. That totals up to, you can see there, $425,716. Of the total per capita fee billed of 4.9 million there, that amounts to 8.59%. So 8.59% of the 575,000 is allocated to the counties, that'll be dispersed at the bottom here. But we need that number. I'm looking at the budgeted amount now. It starts again with 575, and then this is where we're going to determine what Wildlife Services is getting, or what you need to vote on for Wildlife Services to get. So the 2 things that come out of that 575,000 is helicopter insurance, which we didn't have helicopter insurance the last 2 years because we had a holiday from that. So the number that we end up with is a little bit lower than it's been the last couple of years, and mainly because of helicopters insurance is back on the table. So $12,495 for that, and then the 8.59% of per capita fees, so that $49,393 comes off, and we end up with a amount to vote on for wildlife services of $513,112.
Okay. So you want a motion to accept all of this, or do we need to do it separately, the amount that the counties receive and then the amount that goes to Wildlife Services?
I don't think that it matters. We just need yeah.
Well, I'll just finish up and then you can take one vote.
Okay.
Be good. So at the bottom there is just the allocation of what they paid, and then 100% of that 49,000. So you can see that Carter County is due $19,970, Powder River is $20,098, and Richland is $9,325 based on their percentage of per capita fee that they paid. So those 3 numbers, along with the 513, we would need a vote from the board to approve those.
Okay.
I have a question. Mr. Chair, so how do you get to the 575,000? Where do you get that number from?
So the statutory appropriation says at least 300,000 is what we have to pay to Wildlife Services for predator control. And then over the years, we've voted to increase that. And currently, we're allocating the board has voted to make it $575,000 annually on a per capita fee.
We raised that last year or the year before?
I think it was 3 years ago.
3 years, 3 years ago.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Time flies when you're having fun.
150,000.
Okay. So,
And I will just correct Brian on the statutory appropriation is at least 350,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we increased it in the 2019 biennium. We increased it to 425. We put an extra $75,000 per year in there. And then you put an extra 150,000 in 21 budget, and then, or another 23 budget. And then it's been at that level ever since. The reasonings, just so you're aware, the reasonings for raising it to that level was when the department was having some financial troubles, the department had actually reduced what it had been sending to Wildlife Services as a percentage of per capita fee. And we tried to get that back to what it had been before folks did what they did to help us out with our budget, now that we don't have budget trouble. So we basically just got it back right sized to what percentage of per capita was going to Wildlife Services pre-2013, that era that some people remember so well. I wasn't here for it, but others were.
Mr. Chair, just for elaboration on what is going to USDA Wildlife Services for predator control from the Department of Livestock. We have 3 active contracts with them. The substantial one, this one here, 500,000. And then the FWP wolf donation funds totaled 133,000. So that money is going for Wildlife Services for predator control, not coyotes, of course. And then the Livestock Loss Board also in the July meeting put together 95,000 to send to USDA Wildlife Services. So again, not coyotes, but that totals, to them 741,684. That's not
this 513 goes to coyotes.
Exclusively.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right, Greg.
Not exclusively. It's, they can use it as necessary, and the other ones freeze up time so they can use it for coyotes. So I mean,
Good point. Yeah. Yes.
We don't micromanage it.
No.
no, like I said, there are some times where they have to collar a wolf when they're in the process and do different things. Yeah, but it allows them to effectively do their job and manage wildlife predation fawns and stuff in certain areas where they can try to augment wildlife populations for hunter participation.
And I guess, while we're in the discussion phase, I think it goes a little bit to Luke's question about where all these, so we talked about the Wildlife Services and why that number's what it is. With these 3 counties, what that does is if they want to utilize Wildlife Services, they have to figure out basically their own contract. But what this allows those counties to do is they do have to submit a report, or some information to the department that they did use these funds on predator control. I think that's important to point out because I did run across, I won't name names, but there's only 3, so you got a 1/3 chance to figure it out. But I did have contact several years ago from the predator boards in one of those counties about if they didn't use all their money, county treasurers were sucking it up, and I made sure that I defended that, no, the county treasurer can't suck it up. That money, they should be reporting back to us that every dime of that got spent on predator control, and should be made available to the predator control board in that county, not for general county budgeting. Even if they do have funds left over at the end of the year, it still has to stay in their predator control account, or else they do have a problem with us.
Okay.
We don't micromanage them either.
Yeah. I'd entertain a
Other than
motion.
we want it to go for predator control.
I'd entertain a motion to allocate 513,112 to Wildlife Services and 49,393 to the 3 counties that are opt out of the cooperative agreement.
So moved.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Greg, a second by Alan. Discussion. Yes.
So I have a question. Maybe it's just because I live in part of the world where we don't have a lot of helicopters and coyotes being shot. $741,000 or whatever that number was is a lot of money. 513 is a lot of money. Are we getting our money's worth from Wildlife Services?
I would say the vast majority, and Greg could probably back me up on this, the vast majority of that $513,000 that will go to Wildlife Services is actually spent on the maintenance of our helicopters. So when Dalen's in front of us talking about needing blades or parts and they're very expensive, that they're mostly using that money to maintain we're paying the insurance on our helicopters, but they're maintaining our helicopters, and so obviously that's, I think, very key to coyote control. And so I would justify they are using those funds for the purpose. The wolf donation funds, again, that's money that comes from something that people opt in for a conservation license. That's been in place since 2019. Then Representative Becky Beard brought that bill and got it passed to establish that. It passes through us because there's some funding issues with FWP in terms of how they can use license fees and things and how that affects their federal money. Our two former legislators know very well that conversation with FWP. So that's why it has to pass through us to go to Wildlife Services. But that does have to be dedicated to wolf. And I do believe that has helped. I mean, from all things I hear, that has really helped provide them some additional support in the work that they do, the wolf work that they do, in collaring those wolves and tracking those problem wolves. And then I would say, just to separate them out, the $95,000 that Livestock Loss Board provided, Livestock Loss Board has within their laws the ability to give up to 50% of any claims funds left over from the previous year. So some years, if Livestock Loss Board had a year where they spent all their claims money, they would not be able to give Wildlife Services anything. This year, they happened to be in a position that they had 180,000 left, so they were able to give 95,000 Wildlife Services. And the fact that that's kind of up and down, when Wildlife Services is the one that has to do all their investigations, again, I think that's a very justified. In fact, it probably should be a static number, not something that does like this, because obviously, if the bad thing is it works inversely. If your claims numbers are up and you're expending all your claims budget, that means you did more investigations, but yet then at the end you have no money to pay for those investigations. So I would definitely support that. I think every dime going to Wildlife Services is we're getting more than probably what we're paying for, in my opinion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And it's not always lethal. You know, it's some range riders, it's flattery, it's electric fences around beehives and stuff. There's just a lot of different segments to that. Watching the buzzards fly up here at the airport and keeping them out of airplane engines. So.
No, if you guys say we're getting our money's worth, I'm good with that. I just wanted to make sure, because I've never seen a helicopter flying over our place shooting coyotes. So.
I think the question, Jake, would be more so, are cattle producers getting their equivalent share of that money as opposed to sheep producers?
You talk to some of those guys in southeastern Montana, yes. They're killing as many calves as their sheep down.
Yeah, some places they are, some places they aren't, without, but no matter. I'd entertain this. We have the motion. There's no other discussion. Other discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right.
Mr. Chair, we're gonna move on to page 2, the multicolored state special revenue report. We haven't been in front of you with a financial statement in a couple months, so this is the May and June report, but essentially both reports I'm going to go over today are the end of the year reports. So this is what occurred in FY25. For the most part, the only two negative, I should say the only two revenue streams that really didn't meet their budget projections was the field inspections and the milk inspections. And the field inspections, Well, I'll just go down the page and highlight a few things here. So on the brands, the blue sheet or blue colored area there, everything there is pretty normal. You can see the field inspections were short 12,000 compared to this time last year. They were actually about 45 or 40,000 under what we had budgeted. But to counter that, the market inspections were about 60,000 more than we budgeted. And you can see they're 53,000 more than they were last year at this time. So in whole, that area of funding looks pretty solid, which is true of most everything on this page. Per capita fee, I would just point out that you can see there we're 100,000 more than we were this time last year on row 13, column D. And then lastly, I would go all the way down to row 17 and see that that 6,030,000 is 529,000 more than we had budgeted. Now, we spent more than that in FY25, just so you know. So we're still eating into our reserves. We probably spent I don't know, another 300,000 on top of that number. So we're still short, and we'll have that discussion in September or October about what we do with per capita fee. But those numbers are pretty solid coming in for us. So pretty happy to see that, because it could be a different story entirely given drought and that kind of thing that we've inventory. Milk inspection, we all know we have a shrinking milk industry in the state. So those numbers are coming in. The legislature came to the rescue, and we have some general fund that's going to subsidize milk inspection. So they're going to look good for the next year. Egg inspection has got more money than they need. We'll have to solve that problem at some later date. Hopefully they do some expansion there. And then lastly, the diagnostic lab fees, you can see they're 16,000 more than this time last year. So a good year compared to last year. And give or take, they're right there in their budget estimate. We only really expend, or we have a budget for the lab fees of about 1.3 million. So we're managed to take about 200,000 of that 1.541 you see there and set that aside. So right now we're sitting at about $500,000, a little bit more than $500,000 in lab fees for capital improvement or just, things that come up. So that occurred in the last 2 years. So we have some needs in the lab, especially as it relates to the cost wise for the lab, but the lab fees themselves have held up their end so far. So pretty happy about building a reserve. Every time, yeah.
Only if you give me permission.
We're just trying to set him up so that in the future, when he comes and asks, he'll be able to say the money's already in the bank.
Right. Mr. Chair, that's my state social revenue report. Any questions on it? All right, we're going to move on to page 3. Our end of year. We don't have any blue sheets here because we don't have any projections. We're at the end of the year. We spent it all. What replaces the blue sheets for the most part is that far left or far right column, column F, which is the balance of the budget at the end of the year. How did we do? Kudos to Evan and the business office for getting us through another fiscal year and closing us out in a positive fashion. Evan did perform some magic there, so there is some movement around in the budget to make everything look a little better than maybe it would have right out of the gate. And mostly that's in animal health because we have that capability of moving some funds between, or some authority, I should say, between milk, or not milk, but egg inspection has a lot of authority. And then we didn't, like DSA, we didn't use all that authority. And then we had some carry forward and some extra authority in the lab for O&M. So we did do some manipulation, but that's always the case every year, all within regulations. So I'll just go down column E and F here a little bit and show you some highlights for the end of the year. As a reminder, column E is a year-to-year comparison, this year compared to last year. So if it's a positive number, that's a bad, or we spent more money this year than we did last year. And in column F, if it's a positive number, we have that amount of authority or money left over.
So, but, and you, maybe we're gonna answer that, but that 784 in salary increase, how much of that was put with the pay increase?
About 6 to 7%, most of it. I'm kind of trying to find, 784 right there. Okay, yes. Yeah, that would be a grunch of it. There's always a little bit of story because if there was a lot of vacancies in 24, that's going to make that number look worse. So we had a little bit more fuller, say, employment this year than we had last year. But I would say, 85% of that was all salary increases.
Yeah, for sure. The legislative salary.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The
mandatory or whatever.
Yeah, it was
4%, $1.50.
4% or $1.50, whichever was greater, is what in this past fiscal year is what the legislature had given through House Bill 13.
Right. I don't have much to say there on personal services. Thank you for bringing that up. I was just going to mention the pay increase there. Going down the column a little bit, some of the bigger numbers in column E probably. That 566,000 more spent in supplies. Half of that is going to be those tags that we purchased at the end of the year. So the 275,000 in tags. And then the rest of that's obviously in the lab. They have about a $300,000 gap they need to fill in here if they're going to stay. I think you're going to hear a proposal later today for increasing some lab fees to keep up with supply costs. I know you're going to hear it. Okay. Let's see here. Rent, 129,000 spent more this year. Mostly that's in the meat and poultry. When we added the 4 inspectors, we got their vehicles to go with that, and those rentals are pretty expensive. So a lot of that rent is tied up in that.
And then stop, Brian, just to make sure for all the board, those are motor pool vehicles, so they're leases, but they go in the rent category. So the way you said that is like, we're not renting cars day by day for people. They're motor pool leases, but they show up in the rent category.
Yes, sir.
So how much of that money was allocated through the expansion that we requested? More meat inspectors, was there must have been associated fees in that?
I think it was about 100,000. It might have been like 80,000, so 80, 100,000.
We had addressed that not only did it was salary and benefits, but that they would need a vehicle and those associated expenses.
Yeah. So the balance of the budget there, again, a little bit of manipulation, but we came pretty right in on spending our authority. Let's see, I'm sorry. Road 13, repair and maintenance at 105,000. I think for the most part, you can split that up between, it's all in the brands division, but half of that would go to vehicle swap outs. So all the lights and radio packages fall into that category. And then I'm sorry, Carasoft, I'm struggling. The ServiceNow app, we've had a lot of enhancements on that too. So that any of those software enhancement stuff will go in repair and maintenance also. So that is what's mostly in that category. And then other expenses, there is 122,000. It's a little difficult to determine what's all in other expenses, but for the most part, I'm going to label that as indirect increases over year over year. So as you get more people in the meat and poultry inspection, we get to collect some more indirects for centralized services, and that's most of it. All right, I'm gonna just a little bit on the budgeted funds. You can see there, column E, general fund, that 558,000. That's pretty well spent, and both general fund and per capita fee. Most of this is going to be in salaries, but that overage there, you could split that between meat, poultry, the lab, and DSA. So I'm going to allocate most of that to personnel costs. And then per capita fee, that's almost $1 million more than this time last year. Again, the tags are in there, so that takes off $250,000. And then pay is really the bigger sector in there too. Both the import office and brands, you saw some big pay or allocations for pay. So a lot of people are accounting for the per capita fee for the department. Other than that, the diagnostic lab, it was really good to not have to dip into that whole 1.5 million of revenue. So that number looks really good compared to maybe what it looked like throughout the year. So we ended at the bottom there, 265,990. We carried forward or spent. We added to the budget in this process about 230,000. He mentions down here in one of these blocks. So it's a pretty tight budget year compared to usual. Last year we had like 1.2 million extra authority at the end of the year. So the pucker factor was a little bit different this year than it was in the last few years.
But I think the reminder is we did make that big $275,000 purchase right at the end of the fiscal year at your direction for those tags. So your number would really be about 530 if we had not made that decision to get ahead of the game on vaccination tags.
Yeah, I'm actually, I got a smiley face next to it. So, I mean, I'm happy about it. I just like, whew, I'm glad that didn't come in worse or any worse or any lower. That's
So is that a warning sign though for next year?
Well, next year we'll have that, as I mentioned, that 1.2 from the last year. It's always skips a year. So we spent 23 authority, carry forward authority. So it'll be in 27 where we have a really tighter budget. We won't have 300,000 of authority to spend, but that's okay as long as we know it ahead of time. And the divisions are really good about, the programs are really good about keeping a tight budget when they need to. So we'll be fine. All right, I'm gonna just shift over to the second page. This is all your statutory appropriations and budget amendments and things that come in throughout the year. I'm only gonna be on the bottom portion. There were no.
Page 4. Correct.
I'm on page 4, yeah. There were no additions since in the last 2 months, so the budgets have stayed static over that period of time. I would say, I'm just kind of looking at column F and what's left there. The 174,000 from Livestock Loss Board, that was shifted to prevention and wildlife services efforts, so that won't carry forward. But most of the rest of this is all going to carry forward. You got 395,000 for House Bill $10, so we're still spending on animal health improvement. That'll go into this fiscal year, and we'll expend those funds. The lab, that 442,000, row 40, that's new construction projects still. So that's the $1 million we got from NOM for the new lab. So that'll be spent on equipment for the lab. And then at the bottom there, that just leaves us with essentially about $1 million that's going to move into this fiscal year from all these grants and different things. So, Mr. Chair, that's my report for the budget. We did really well.
Questions?
I think we're set up for success.
All right. Thank you, Brian. That's all you're going to share with us today then?
Well, it depends on what you want to do with Livestock Loss Board.
Okay.
I also fill that role too.
All right.
So
Well, we better-
I'll just sit here until I get dismissed.
He's got to stay to the end because he's got to take the owl home, so.
Yeah.
To Helena, so
So
he can't
we
leave
just-
early.
So we don't want to even tempt him.
I wasn't planning on going anywhere. I haven't seen you for a couple of months, quite frankly.
Yeah,
I think.
well, you're lucky today.
I did. Do we have Dalen on the? I can't remember the order we go in.
I don't know. I imagine Dalen will come in here in person today, maybe, since we're in Billings, we'll see. But we don't have him yet, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're an hour ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're rolling.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'm really essentially just, I'm on tab 3 now, the livestock loss board report. I'm essentially just gonna read this for the most part. 20 claims processed since our last meeting. We had the board meeting on July 28th. I think we've already covered some of this, but they approved that part-time specialist job description. We awarded the 216,000 in grants. That money maybe hasn't actually arrived in their hands, but it's being processed through the state accounting system. So it's going out the door. It's already spent as far as our accounting in livestock is concerned. And then that 95,000 that the board approved to send to Wildlife Services. So it was a good, productive meeting. Every grant was approved. Nobody was denied for the full amount that they requested. So that hasn't always been the case, I don't think, with Livestock Loss Board, but yeah, it was a good meeting, I thought. And it was live streamed and all of that, so it looked really good. It had a lot of, I think it's some good participation in it. So yeah, the second page, that's the yellow sheet, just kind of describing what's come in. I don't think the black bear claim, which is a new block at the bottom of that sheet, I don't believe that was on here the last time we met.
It hadn't, no, because it hadn't really.
July 1st is when that started. So we did have from Lewis to Clark County 1 black bear claim. My colors on here don't quite show up. I might have to make black bears a different color apart from grizzlies, so it shows up here a little easier. But total of 69 losses processed for 107,000 so far in this calendar year, as compared to the last 2. Those are end of year numbers. So I think we're on track. We're about to enter I've got half a dozen claims on my desk for being gone for a few days. So I think we are entering the busy season. So I'll be happy to get that job posting out there and get somebody else on this in September. That'd be really, really good.
You've been doing a great job.
I've been doing a small job. I don't want to do a big job. But that's my livestock loss board report. We don't have a meeting set up for any time in the future. I think probably the next thing they need to meet on is maybe some rule changes. That public participation rule is going through the livestock loss board also. So, and then maybe an additional grant cycle. There's good talk about back in the grant cycle up to, winter time, so people can get their money before the snow disappears.
Yeah. Well, and that's the bad thing with this year giving the grants out in August. You're already sort of past the period where you've had range riders, so the timing would be better if you were getting it out before those needs. I would say I'll commend the job Brian has done here for the last few months. Or actually 6, 7, 8, 9 months now with Livestock Loss Board. We've gotten very good feedback from the Livestock Loss Board and how we've been working through things. One of the things that has gotten very, very good feedback is the 2 meetings they've had here recently. We did them in Helena in our board conference room. We had
and that's
Zoom
all
on.
new. That's a new thing.
It's all new. We did Zoom, we did live stream. So some of those complaints that some of you had received in the past, I've gotten very rave reviews about how accessible those board meetings are and people being able to participate. And so I think, and the board's very happy about it. I was kind of, I think a conversation was had about, do they want to keep having their board meetings in that room in Helena? And what I'm said, we've got air conditioning, we've got internet, and I don't see, that would be Raina Blackman, I'll call her. She's like, I don't see why we'd have the meeting anywhere else. So they seem happy. So I think we're on a good path there.
And apparently the grant process went a little smoother than sometimes in the past.
Yes, it was a very smooth grant.
That's good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So with the part-time position, how is that gonna work? Is that gonna be an in-office,
Yeah, it's graded out to be 1 day a week remote work. Mr. Edwards, who was in that position, we had allowed to work fully remote because of personal needs and concerns that he had. But it being halftime, it should be in Helena 1 to 2 days a week. It depends on how they end up managing their schedule, because halftime could mean they work 2.5 days a week, or it could mean they work a couple hours every day. But they should be in the office in Helena 4 days a week. But again, it's kind of like the salary thing. I think we're leaving ourselves open-ended that we'll recruit it by the hiring policies that are established. But if those recruitments fail, and one of the reasons they fail is we don't have local interest, then we might have to evaluate that and say, well, would we consider hiring someone to do this remote? I think one of the reasons we would like it to be in Helena is we did get an agreement. We wanted to make it a halftime position. I think, and I'll be honest in this, in Brian and I's estimation, we don't know that there's 1,040 hours of work a year there. But you really need to go with a halftime position because it has to be at least halftime to get benefits. And we don't think we'd get a lot of people that would apply for a job that has no benefits. But what the agreement we made with the Livestock Loss Board is, their primary function is to do Livestock Loss Board, but they are accepting that if they need more work, we've got more work within the department that they can help with. And so we'll keep them busy for that amount. But that's another reason why I think our primary objective would be someone Helena, because if we do have them, say, one of the things we talked with that board about is like the aerial hunting permit program. That's really busy in January and February because that's when all the permits renew. But that also happens to be a slow time for Livestock Loss Board. So we could maybe have them do that for the department. But you'd want to have that person. It'd be hard to do that job remotely all the time because you do need access to things within the building.
And there isn't an established office for Livestock Loss Board that's never gone away. When the previous person in the position left that position, there was a large deposit of things into that office from, a couple of years of not being there. So you could foresee that a new hire would spend some time. They could spend 1 or 2 days a week in there, as that's their primary job while they're in is to reorganize that and get that situated. And that may only last 3 months or something like that. But we do have some need for them to be local or, in the area.
So how much, sorry, go ahead.
That was my question. I wasn't sure that it was even a halftime, but you've got provisions for all that. So.
Yes.
I agree. It seemed like.
But that was getting the agreement from to understand, and that's a sea change for Livestock Loss Board, that person is accountable to the Livestock Loss Board, but they'll also get some duties from us as well. And they were okay with that. They, I think they've seen, it probably took 9 months of Brian doing this as a part of his regular job to help them see that, okay, this can be done with something less than a full-time employee.
Yeah.
So how much follow-up is there on the grant program? So I would assume and I hope that we just don't give a grant to somebody and then
every September they have to report back on their previous year's performance.
Show what they use the money for.
Range rider reports, fencing reports, loss reports, coyote numbers. Yeah, they're good reports for the most part. Yeah.
So that's the duty of.
It's a requirement. If you don't file a report, I think you have to wait two years to put in a grant again.
No, but I mean, that's the duty of you right now and this new hire. That would be their duty, is to process those.
Collect them.
Yeah, collect them and make sure that money is spent.
Yeah, especially as it relates to the range riders, most of the applicants are, NGO type, non-government. So they're pretty good on reporting. We'll see. There are a couple private ranchers that are doing that that are also participating in that. So they'll need some help to get those reports up to speed and all that. But I don't foresee any real issue with that.
But if I remember, several of those were, that were coming from the ranch level were like, for things like guard dogs,
Mhm.
which is pretty easy to have your food bills and things to demonstrate how you spent the money.
Mhm. Any other questions for Brian on the livestock loss board? Well, thank you, Brian. I think you've done an excellent job, for us.
I'm glad to have the insight into it now. That's what I am really thankful for. So.
Yeah, it's probably
we can
good
manage
for
that better
everyone involved to really get a little deeper insight into what's happening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. And I see that Mr. Tidwell, has joined us. So, if you'd like to come up and introduce yourself to the record, please.
Sure. Looks like we're on
We're rolling.
expedited schedule today, all right. Good, Dalen Tidwell, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services here in Montana. Good to be with you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good, welcome to Billings. It's kind of neat to see everybody here and have an opportunity to stop in. By way of just simple updates, we'll talk a little bit. I kind of struggle sometimes with what I've said and what I need to say again, if I repeat myself, but we did get permission to get some vacancies filled. The government's still restructuring and those sorts of things, and all the mission critical required position descriptions still stand. So we're still just working within that narrow band of ability to hire and what we can accomplish. But we were able to find someone for our Air National Guard position out at Great Falls. It's going to be a biologist by qualifications, which then allows not only to do the airport work, but the wildlife biosecurity assessments as well. Work with the railroad, basically all the different, kind of a catch-all position in some regards. But the main priority, of course, is keeping the airport safe there out at Great Falls. So that was a big positive. We were really worried about how to accomplish all that. Our position out of our trapper wildlife specialist position out of Garfield County has been selected. We'll begin September 7th, and then we'll get them into gunner training instruction first week of November. And I'll explain a little bit more. It used to be called ATOC, our Aviation Training and Operations Center out of Cedar City. We're actually going to be able to bring that initial gunner training here to Billings for this individual, possibly two, to get them up to speed on becoming gunner. And our third position out of Glendive is kind of what we focused it on, but it would be Fallon County, Prairie, Dawson, and then even Weebo County, kind of that cluster of counties right there. It has been announced. I don't know, some of you saw the announcement go around, but we really did not get applicants that would be sufficient for that job. And so our plan is to go ahead and re-announce that one again and see what we can find, and maybe go a little broader. We had it fairly narrow to those within wildlife services and then the locals there, but we might go out a little wider and see what we can find. So those are good. The ones that are still outliers, in fact, it's kind of, I say this, I just heard this morning, I literally just heard again this morning, when I bring you this news that we've been authorized to go for another round of new hires, A1 hires. So then I should be able to put on my list our 4 range rider positions, and then our grizzly bear summer seasonal position that got kind of, as the next round, going to be the next round on the hiring. So hopefully that this morning, I'll get that in this afternoon and hopefully get those secured. Now, those will be next summer hires for the new season. Let's see, so make sure I got everybody else covered on the new, our wildlife disease biologist position. Also took the early buyout to, the DRP. And so we're lucky to have fact, it was the only two in the whole western region that were authorized to hire a new disease biologist. So we've got a gal, she comes from out of California, but she's only been there a short time. Tennessee and Kentucky is where she started working for us, and an existing disease biologist now already, so that helps. And hopefully turnkey, just jump right in the middle of all our avian influenza work and this WBA stuff and the whole thing. So I think we're excited to get that position taken care of. So back to the ATOC, or Aviation Safety Training Center. So we, the government, has focused on restructuring and kind of centralizing and reorganizing kind of these different, put them into hubs, so to speak. But the ATOC has been renamed. They took the operational part out of it, and so it's just simply ASC, Aviation Safety Center. And so we've been able to be approved to hire a NAC. And I don't know if you remember, we were threatened to shut down the whole aviation program at one point because we didn't have those positions filled on the national level. And so it's been a battle, just to let you know, it's been a long battle. But they saw it our way. They realized we do our day-to-day work regardless, with safety, regardless of those positions being filled, ultimately. So we are able to get those positions filled. They're restructuring. It's now going to be out of Norman, Oklahoma, just south of Oklahoma City. So that'll be easier to get in and out of, and it's just a great move for the program on the aviation front. Speaking of which, 9.5 Tango is good to go on the blades. Got that all brand new set of blades set, and pilots are happy. I like it when pilots are happy. They can be cantankerous if they don't get to fly, and so it's good to get them up and get everything running smooth. 765 right now they found basically a spline on the transmission shaft had a nick in it. Now, most of us would rub some grease on it, shove it right back in, with a lot of our tractor work, whatever, but that's not how this works. And so we're having to replace it. The culprit is just a war bearing, but it created just a nick on the spline of the shaft. And so we're having to get some new parts there, but which is good. We're happy again with our maintenance contract. He's great, doing good things. So, and then I guess I do need to kind of push or update a little heavier with our wildlife biosecurity assessments. And if you remember, this is the national USDA program that is being developed to protect poultry industry from avian influenza or the wild birds or any that carry the flu, to be able to get into any of these facilities. And rightly so, Wildlife Services has been picked to be the ones that not only understand the assessment, but also how to manage it, how to exclude, how to remove. I mean, we do a lot of bird work, literally killing and euthanizing the birds, helping to educate on exclusion methods, habitat methods around these facilities, basically trying to clean up that environment around there so there's not that crossover with the bird flu within the poultry industry.
So you're just trying to correct the cage-free?
With some respect, yeah. The cage-free, it's an outlier right now that they're not sure the best how to handle that because they're so exposed in this case. The best we can do is kind of keep, like say, those.
But we didn't have very many in all the
risks.
confined barns. We didn't have much for avian influenza.
Right, yeah. So,
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
they're still able to. I mean, we still have even for the house sparrows, getting in the small holes on the side of the wall. Those sorts of things are the things we're looking for. Even the dig under where this, skunks or anything have been able to create any sort of a penetration where they can get in and out of there and have that exposure.
So how do you go around and then physically inspect each facility, or they ask you to come, or that's part of your, they're going to be in Purdue producers, you have the right to go inspect and make sure that things are.
Exactly, yeah, and so that's the big emphasis right now. And for my announcement today is, it was a little bit bureaucratic for a moment there where they were trying to get each individual producer to sign up directly, either through the 1-800 number to call in or to get online and be able to enter the premise and get their premise ID and a reimbursable agreement. And it kind of got bogged down a little bit, and we weren't reaching out. Some producers just, that's not, within their abilities or those sorts of things that it's for, at least in Montana. So we're a tier 3. We're just based on the number of facilities we have within the state, which is right at Connie, you might correct me, I think it's like 48 commercial, and this is over 500 birds that qualifies as a commercial facility. And so we're trying to narrow that down. The process, it's not just Montana, but I was certainly one of the ones that was speaking the loudest, is to be able to revamp that process where we Wildlife Services can physically go to the facility and have that conversation, sign the paperwork right there, and not get bogged in the system, so we can have that direct interaction. And it's 100% voluntary situation, and they are allowed to be reimbursed for any expenses that they make to their facility to better this exclusion, and then to be able to keep the facility safer, up to, I believe it's $25,000 per facility. And so it's probably a pretty good thing for those that are needing it. But to be able to understand what's needed, we have to go through that formality of the biosecurity assessment. Once that step's been placed, then we can even work into what Wildlife Services can continue to do. If it is a controlled situation where we do removals, whatever we can do to help, basically, is where it's at. Once it's not just to fill out this template and leave and walk away. It's a contract for us to help and keep the biosecurity the best we can within those areas. And that's per premise. So like if one producer may have 5 premises, that's $25,000 per premise that is reimbursable. So it may be worth individuals' time to look into it. So we are trying to get the word out, of course, with existing staff. And so that we kind of go full circle back to that narrow, what we have the ability to go do. So we are using existing staff. We are lucky to get some biologists on board to do some of that work. So it's in the beginning still phases for Montana. Some of the bigger producing states are full into it with full districts, 25 or 30 staff that are taking care of this stuff. But so I think my point here is we do have a better direct avenue to get each of these producers signed up. And so I think we'll reach out. Before we were kind of waiting for the system to process it back to us. I think now we're going to go directly through the state vet's office and our ABIC with vet services as well. We'll make that known and see what we can do to get there. So that's so that's avian influenza. Anything else for questions? I'd be glad. I do have a quick list of IR numbers if that's something folks are interested in, but I am. You are, okay. Let me get in here. I just have it with me. All right. So just a kind of an update, and as always, this is on the federal fiscal year. And, so for wolf, and these will be the number of confirmed that, we do a lot of extra IRs that turn out to be something different or not predation at all. But for wolf, we've got 49 confirmed IRs, and that ranges 30 calves, 10 cattle, 5 guard dogs, 2 lambs, and 3 sheep. For black bear, so far we've got 15 confirmed. Mostly goats, kids, lamb, llama, piglet, sheep. Grizzly bears confirmed thus far, 88 confirmed IRs, 64 calves, 18 cattle, 1 lamb, 1 piglet, 1 sheep, and 4 swine. Mountain lion, there are 15 so far, confirmed depredations by mountain lion. One dog, 1 goat, no, excuse me, 4 goats, 1 kid, 4 lambs, 5 sheep. And so, you know, it's tracking fairly normal, I guess. I don't like that question anymore. How are things? Is it normal? It's hard to say, you know, but as far as
Any areas that are kind of hot spots or?
we've been struggling with some wolf work. I wouldn't say struggling, it's just been a laborious process to get it to stop, to get through, down out of the gravelies. It started with a couple of 3 guard dogs, and then that's now in the process of trying to get that stopped. A flight went out and we were able to find, it's a little bit complicated because there's pups involved and a collared wolf and another collar that wasn't working. But they were able to, in that process, they found a calf that was chewed up by pups. And so then that kind of resets the clock on the control effort and the discussion with FWP to, you know, decide to take the whole pack versus just a few at a time. And so that's been drug out a little bit. Out of Beaverhead County, we finally got that one solved. It went on kind of all spring. We got that one done with some aerial work down there as well, and a few collars out on the ground. And then out of Lincoln, that one, wolf one kind of drug out for a little while. But I think we're pretty much with this one deal. They're out of the gravelies. We're kind of caught up. There's nothing else with wolves that are you know, pending right now. Grizzly bears, I guess I can say normal. The normal area is normal. Along the front, there's obviously still, they're moving out away from the front. And then now this fall, down there out of the gravelly, the allotments down there in the South Madison area is starting to pick up. That's usually the time frame. They start up north and then now into August, we'll get busy down south. So. Okay, yeah.
Well, the berry crop is gonna probably, in some areas, it's gonna be fairly slim, I would think, and that's where I planted the shelter belt and wildlife friendly, so I put in choke cherries and buffalo berries and Nanking cherries and sand cherries, all these nice. Well, it's very friendly to wildlife, yeah, the grizzly. So around the bins, you go there in the morning and there's a big pile of choke cherry seeds, basically.
Sure.
And so I guess if I had it to do again, I would not plant the same species in my shelter belt.
Sure.
But
So you say that bears are moving away from the front. Are you seeing any issues moving further east? Or are they just moving there and not causing problems yet?
The bears specifically? Yeah. You probably were aware of the spring of the one there out near the bear paws, you know, that was ultimately taken care of off the porch and whatnot. I think that's, I guess, as far as causing problems, that's probably as far out. Yeah. We bring it up again, the one out of Lewistown, but I think that's been 3 years ago, I guess.
Yeah, he got in a little trouble this spring.
Again,
And I would assume we're gonna see more and more further and further out.
Yeah.
As the years go.
Yeah, we're kind of in that reactive business where we go to put out the fires, fight the problems in the moment. So I don't have good answers as to how or why, but just we do our best to stop the damage when it occurs, and you know, just knowing that population numbers, the exposure is there, and once that happens, it seems to be inevitable. So,
Jake, I was starting a water into the pivot and I had to check up the ditch, and I was, so down in the ditch, checking the board and getting boards, and I just happened to be up on the ditch bank, getting some more boards, put in the check, and Jeremy called me. So I'm standing there talking to Jeremy, and I look out in the middle of the pivot, and here comes a grizzly, coming across the grain pivot, kind of heading up to the ditch. And that was at 10 o'clock in the morning, and he just cruising through the barley. And like I say, not every morning when we were out harvesting around the bins, you see where they've been, but we just put up sidings, so I know before we cover it, we gotta get it fenced, or they'll be tearing up the cover. There's more and more in our area. People, I mean, it's just, somebody that they used to think it was something to see a grizz. Now, if you don't see a grizz, you're in the minority. So.
And maybe you can't answer this, but is there any movement on the federal side of changing any regulations on the grizzly bears?
I've not heard directly.
Yes, there is.
I thought I heard that
representative from Wyoming got it through committee to delist the greater GYA grizzly. So it went through committee. That's a long ways from.
Yeah, it doesn't require, it can't get through the Senate on the Byrd Amendment, so it's gotta take 60. Which
isn't gonna happen.
No.
This was in the House. Will it get?
I know, yeah.
Do you think it can get through the House though, or even that?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll get through the House. It's coming, it's that guy that, I don't think he's from Wyoming, I think it's that.
No, it's a representative from Wyoming that introduced it, got it through the.
I thought it was the chair of the House Research from Missouri, but anyway.
Oh,
yeah, whoever got it, but yeah, because we just got back from DC with Farm Bureau, and nobody thinks it'll get through the Senate, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think the administration's committed to delisting the grizz, but the problem is you got to get it past the judge too. I mean, the Trump administration can do whatever they want, but it'll go before Judge Malloy and be another 20 years.
You're gonna retire?
Or die.
Yeah. Okay. Other question, yes, William had a question.
Mr. Chair, a question for Mr. Tidwell. So most commercial farms, referring to the AI program you had mentioned earlier for biosecurity, most commercial farms in the state have extensive biosecurity plans.
Agreed.
Would you be able to improve those, or would you be able just to approve those, or you said it was voluntary, right?
Yeah, that would be the goal, and acknowledge certainly, the ones I'm familiar with and that we work with are very well-run operations. And so I think our goal is to either document indeed that those things are working and that are functioning well. If there's any needs that can further that effort, to make it even better, that's the goal, I think, is just to kind of establish that baseline and understand what's being done. And then if anything can be better, even like I said, as much as maybe just a small sparrow hole and some fencing, netting, ventilation systems, those sorts of things. I guess just a few examples that could be found that might work, or even the surrounding area, if there's an influx of migratory birds, ducks that sitting on a retention pond maybe nearby, even out to that level is even what we're looking at. The surrounding habitat, the migration patterns that are coming through. Maybe hazing and harassing might be appropriate for those situations. If you've got a bunch of ducks sitting on a pond nearby, to keep the ducks moving on away. Discuss other ways to dry up some areas that would prevent the attraction to be that close to your facility. So,
well, the reason I asked this question is most of these new, and there's a new wave of pasture barns being built in the state. And the definition of a pasture barn is you have to have 100 square feet per bird. So it consists of 50 acres. So netting for a sparrow is impossible.
Right,
exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of the marketing behind it is the pasture barn. So it kind of dictates what we're trying to do, but at the same time
that's that difficult challenge we were talking about with the free range situations where I guess there is some risk there, obviously, that the flu could hit and be able to take out the whole facility at once. It would be more along those lines of what can you do in terms of hazing and harassing and you know, working them away from that facility on a daily basis. Yeah, that is definitely a challenge.
So that's kind of a risk reward deal situation, you guys, or
It's high risk, high reward. It's,
you hope so. I mean, if it's high risk, you better have the higher reward because, so is there, the federal government compensates if you have to eliminate a flock. Is there any caveat, any requirements that flock had to do a certain amount of biosecurity in order to
I've not heard
qualify?
that being tied to it, and our state vet might be more in line with that question, but I don't know that I've not been told that it's tied. This is front end preventative work that we're talking about here, and to not let that happen, but not as couldn't be tied to a punitive, type of thing, so. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
as far as on the ground county working personnel, are you fully staffed and pilots and stuff, or is there still some?
Yeah, the vacancy right now is that one out of Glendive, that is available and not staffed, that we're doubling up to cover. The others, by September and October, we will be fully staffed for this year. Come spring, we're gonna be needing a seasonal grizzly bear position, mostly in the southwest side of the state. And then 4 range riders for next summer season are still vacant. Otherwise, we've got everybody covered.
And how long of a season is a range rider?
We try to get them on the middle of May, so they're ready to go up with the cattle in 1st of June typically. And then we'll stretch it out through the middle of October. As they come off the end of September, first couple weeks of October. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good, fun job. Yeah, it's a great job. Cover a lot of miles horseback.
So just you and half a dozen horses and away you go?
Yeah, you can rotate through as many horses as you want. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So Dalen, I'm glad you weren't on earlier because we were passing your budget. I asked if or what we were gonna give you for the year, and I asked if we were getting our money's worth.
Okay.
And they all assured me we were.
Good.
But that question came up because I don't know that we ever have guys flying for coyotes in the Gallatin Valley. If so, not very often, I would assume. So I was just gonna offer that if you needed somebody to go to gunner training for the Gallatin Valley, I'd be more than happy to participate.
Yeah, in your spare time.
Sure. Well, if you need something there, just give us a call on the Gallatin Valley. Hopefully you get to see the helicopter once in a while.
I think the population is increasing enough, it's pushing a lot of our wildlife issues away.
Yeah, gotcha.
Pushing them to us.
Yeah.
We wish. I could ship you a couple hundred elk.
Yeah.
No, you cannot.
5,000.
What are you thinking?
Get rid of the damn thing.
Well, by the way, Mr. Chair, if I may continue, I did recall that I don't know if I've updated this board on Phillips County. They did get their cattle petition passed. And so that added, I guess another $60-some thousand right there for both flying and ground efforts. Luckily, our specialist that was in Blaine County is right there on that county line. And so we still are gonna maintain, and this has been this way for 25 years, I think. The 2 districts, East and West District, splits right down the middle of Phillips County. So our specialist from Glasgow comes to the middle of Phillips, and now our specialists out of Blaine County they'll meet in the middle in Phillips. So, but that'll be a lot of good work on the High Line that's needed. There's some amazing numbers coming off of Blaine County now, and the efforts that are being done up there. Coyotes are thick up on the High Line. So anyway, that for matter of update. And then also, before I go today, I do want to make sure for introduction and awareness here in the back, Doug Eckberg is our district supervisor in the eastern half of Montana. Many of you may have met him, I'm sure, but just by way of introduction and FaceTime with everybody, if you get a chance to visit during a break, we'll be glad to stick around and talk for a bit. But just make sure you know who he is by proper introduction. But I think that's all I have. On the board, anything else?
I have a question.
Oh, you,
If I may, I'll ask a question. Dr. Warner, who's in our office, in our audience today, who does a lot of work with domestic bison producers, we were having a conversation over the break, and so you can probably help answer the question. So when you talked about investigative reports earlier, you mentioned black bears, so we know we'll probably start seeing more black bear claims potentially now that that has been passed. The other piece that was passed in the Livestock Loss Board was adding bison to the prey species. And I told him, to my knowledge, and you'll probably have to search back in your time here in Montana, but I'm not aware that we've actually ever had a confirmed or probable kill of a domestic bison that I'm aware of that's even been investigated, but I didn't know if you had insight on that.
Yes, that's correct. When this was all coming to be, I did some research and I found a few where there's some harassment, with our work, our management information system, the MIS system, when we document a work task, that's the official record or tracking, and I believe it was entered in as harassment from a wolf, that basically there are wolves in that pasture, and it was at least documented that conflict was there. And then there's one just south of Billings here. It went in as a conflict with some damage done. There was some problems with it in that I don't know, there was some previous wire damage on the leg of this, and when it was put down, there were scratch marks on the actual carcass, and then that led to the investigation. So it actually was a full investigation, but there was never any evidence found other than some scratch marks on the body. But that was not the reason it was died. It had died had been put down for other reasons. And so that one was documented as a grizzly bear investigation on a buffalo or on bison. But other than that, that was it for the last 20 years of even being called and documenting any work as it relates to bison.
Yeah, we were talking about that over the break, and I was like, I'll ask the question. You can get his answer straight from that one.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Taylor? Well, thank you. And we came to you this time. You didn't have to drive far.
No, it was great. Yeah, get to enjoy the fair. In fact, was there this morning, entered the pigs. The kids got their 4-H pigs in this morning.
Oh, okay.
The turkeys and
what do they weigh?
Rabbits over the weekend. One just squeaked in the bottom at 231, and then the other two were, I think, 297. Some good heavy duty ones.
Yeah.
So 231's a base, or 230's a base?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a month younger. We got two different age groups there. Yeah. Now they did good. It's a
Makes
great.
you old. I remember when 245 was a heavyweight.
Yeah.
I told it 220.
Yeah, 220 was, 245. No.
Yeah.
Now 300-pound pigs are pretty common in the fairs.
Yeah.
I bought one last week for $11 a pound at $3.50.
I did that too.
Spendy pig.
Yeah.
The pigs averaged, I think, 17 or something in Shelby. Average.
Oh, I bought it at the end of the sale.
Didn't make any difference up there.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes the Red
sometimes
River
worse,
brings
so.
more.
I always
Okay,
remind people of those fair calls that are coming out of people's market.
Yeah, I bet William's got more to say for that ticket.
No, I'm not.
Your advertising.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Lily's out
Okay,
there.
Dale,
Excellent.
thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Dale.
So, Mr. Chair, at this point in your agenda, you have a couple options here. I see that Jimmy John's bag is in the back of the room, which means lunch is here. So you could go to lunch early and come back early. Or I do know Alicia is out there. I don't know if she's ready to present yet or not, but, or if you wanted to do one more before you took your lunch break. I did want to point out, Coulter Brown's there in the back of the room from Northern Ag, and I know he wanted to talk to some of you, so we probably need a little time for him to do some interviews too. So I know he'll be trying to take advantage of when we do take our lunch break. So that's out there. I also did want to say, I do know we have one member of the public, Mr. Bob Simonson from Haver, has been out there all morning, and I didn't know if he wanted to make public comment on something. I don't know if you want to make him wait all day, or if he's just.
No, I didn't realize we had any.
Well, no, I was gonna say, before we would, since we're ahead of schedule, if he did want to say something to the board, we might want to let him do it, so he doesn't have to sit here all day, and he can.
It's a good idea.
But he might just be listening to the meeting, I'm not sure.
Well, Mr. Simonson, if you're on there and would like to comment, just introduce yourself and then you have the floor.
Or he may not be present right now, so we'll see.
Okay.
I did ask to unmute, so hopefully I was giving him a cue.
So what's your pleasure? Would you like to break for lunch now, or would you like to do a couple more items or one more item before we break?
Well, I'd vote for more. I'd vote for keep hustling.
Okay.
Would be my vote.
Me too.
All right.
Yeah, I would say that.
I don't think those Jimmy Johns are gonna get cold or anything.
No.
And it would be good. I think you can get through Miss Love, but I know, Greg's gonna be talking about lab fee adjustments, so that might
That'll take long.
That might take a
But if
little
we,
longer, but you can, certainly if Alicia is ready, we can move forward her.
yeah, we will
Let me see if I can,
wake her up.
well, no, she's out there. I just need to allow her to be able to share her screen. I'm actually just gonna make her a co-host for right now. So, Alicia, you've been set up as a co-host. That should allow you to share your screen. See, I think you might be able to mute. No, you're off. We are not hearing you very well, though.
You're hearing me better.
Not really. You're still very low.
Can you see my screen?
We do see your screen.
Okay, would it be helpful? I can also just call in.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you can. Just call me or Tani real quick and we'll put you on speaker if you're having microphone issues or.
Yeah, so that's like a little.
Smack me out. Wake him up. Calling you, Tani.
Hey, Alicia. I can hear you. Let me get you centrally placed now.
Okay.
And you just have to talk very loud.
My computer muted so it doesn't echo through there. So people may just need to speak into the phone, because I don't want it to echo.
Well, you sound good right now, so let's try that and see if there's a problem. We'll do something else, but it sounds good. Go ahead.
Okay.
Introduce yourself, please.
All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Alicia Love. I'm the Meat, Milk, and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. Pretty light agenda today, so hopefully we'll kind of bump through quickly. I did want to do a little bit of a presentation for the conference that I just attended, because there's just a couple of visual aids that I thought would be helpful in our discussion. I know I don't usually put this together, but this seemed worthwhile today.
Okay.
All right. So the conference that I attended in Vermont was the National Association of Dairy Regulatory Officials. During this conference, we talked about some trends and concerns within the industry. As everyone knows, HPAI has been a very large topic as of late. So there's been a lot of testing being done on raw milk cheeses to see if HPAI can be detected in raw milk cheeses, and it is detected. The aging process does not kill the disease, which is what we unfortunately suspected. This has raised some additional questions about things like salmonella and E. coli in testing of raw milk cheeses, and additional research is finding that salmonella and E. coli 0157H7 is also being found in raw milk cheeses. So this was kind of an enlightening study that was presented to us. And the picture there is actually cheese that was at our conference. There are raw milk cheeses on that plate. And the presenter discussed how they are doing testing of the milk prior to making cheese out of it, and then just having really, really, really robust plant cleaning, quality control. This plant actually does product sampling on their raw milk cheeses before it enters commerce. So even if it was at a non-detectable level in the milk form, once the finished product is ready to be shipped out, they test it again just to make sure there wasn't an outgrowth. So just a really interesting presentation. It kind of changed my understanding of some of the concerns around raw milk cheeses. So just really fascinating. The other item that we discussed was kind of a weird gray area surrounding dairy colostrum being sold as human food. And so the pasteurized milk ordinance says that colostrum is not considered milk. It's not supposed to be considered milk. And so people were asking for just guidance and kind of insight on how to address that. So thankfully, it's not a huge thing that I've heard about in Montana. And Ms. Simon and I, after I came back, have discussed this a little bit. So just something that I wanted folks to be aware of, that's kind of out there, and just something that I learned about.
So Ms. Love, before you go on, do we have any raw milk cheeses produced in Montana?
We do. It's not a huge thing in the state. We have a newer plant that's starting to look at it closer. And so in light of the information that I've received, we're trying to do some good education on best practices just to keep this product really safe.
Yeah.
So I saw the ad for colostrum, this big health benefit thing on TV the other night. I'm going, of course it goes to me and go, what? But it's like, that's the push. It's a big health thing.
Online, on your phone, I mean, if you read any of that, there's all those ads. Jake.
So I actually take colostrum on a daily basis. When I got diagnosed with Crohn's disease, they put me on medication that's an immunosuppressant. So I get sick really easy, and the colostrum helps boost my immune system.
Without counteracting the other.
Yeah. So
Well, I mean, it's just something
it's not common, but when I got put on this medication, I got told that it would be a good idea to help boost my immune system to keep me from getting sick as often. So it's interesting. I can't tell you if it works. I have no medical data, but
you're here.
I don't get sick very often, so I've stayed on it.
Good.
Do you have to go find a fresh cow every morning, or?
No, I get it in a pill form.
Got it.
Freeze-dried
Just
pill
really
form.
tough to. Oh, yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, the question I had, is it readily available? How do you get it?
Oh, you can
Oh,
order
it's
it.
everywhere, yeah.
You can
Talk
order
about
it.
value added for dairy producers.
Yeah.
So I had a question for Miss Love, or maybe not her, but just consideration. If we're seeing,
obviously with this new information that you got and your new look at the raw cheeses and raw milk in general, is this something that we need to be thinking about going to the legislature with to get some more regulation on some of the raw dairy products?
Good luck.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fettis, I don't think that additional regulations are necessarily required at this point. I think the industry understands the risks of this, and people are consuming raw milk cheeses more often than they realize. There's a lot of common cheeses that are considered a raw milk cheese. I think it's more about providing education to an industry that I think by and large is already doing this well. And I think one of the biggest take homes that I got from it was this particular producer stated that they will not make raw milk cheeses from milk that is not from their own dairy, because they want to have a really firm assurance of the health of their animals and the conditions that those animals are living in, to make sure that they aren't harboring illness, when they're milking. And I thought that was just some really good insight. Just having that really close relationship with where the milk comes from. And I think a lot of our plants in the state already have that. We're not a huge state. We don't have thousands of dairies. I think those good, strong working relationships already exist. And I think it really just drives home just how important our sanitation laws that we already have are. So when one of my sanitarians hears that they have a plant wanting to do raw milk cheese, it's really driving home, like, what is your sanitation process? How are you ensuring that your plant doesn't become a source of contamination because of the risks that we're aware of? So at this time, I don't think regulatory change is needed. I think that the existing laws cover it well. It just changed my understanding about this, and I think in light of HPAI, it's just making everyone take a closer look. So does that mean that the USDA Grade B rules won't change at some point in the future to better align with some of these findings? It certainly could, and we may need to shift in tandem with them, but that wasn't really the takeaway that I got from the presentation.
Okay, all right, looks like you can proceed.
All right.
Your next slide.
All right. This one I'm really excited to talk about. We had a presentation from the Northeast Dairy Business Innovation Center. That center covers the gold region on that little map right there. And there's similar centers in the blue, orange, and green areas. And you'll notice that Montana is in a gray state, which means it doesn't have one of these centers. Well, why do I care about that? I care about this because this presentation really outlined how these centers help industry. They provide grant funding, they do technical assistance, they are a lifeline for new businesses and existing businesses to get support for a very expensive industry. So as an example, the Northeast region has awarded 409 projects with $37.8 million in funds. That's grant money. They don't have to pay it back. And this money has gone towards things like helping improve advertising, helping people expand like their labs if they're doing their own lab testing, food safety research. And some of the really cool projects that I saw were just updating farm equipment, updating manufacturing equipment so that it's safer, it's more efficient. So this presentation was amazing. And in light of all this, one of the projects that I've taken on for myself is to reach out to those other gray states and see if we can't get a fit center like this, because one of the biggest things that hinders new dairy businesses in Montana is that expensive upfront cost to get into the business. And that's not something my program can obviously help with, but obviously there is a path forward that I think we need to be really interested in getting on board with.
So Alicia, who funds those different centers? Did they talk about what their funding source for those projects are?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honeycutt, this is actually congressional funds. So this comes through Congress.
There you go, Lily, you got a project.
I know, I was like, great. Sounds wonderful.
She got an idea.
All right. Any other questions on this one? Okay. So after attending this really wonderful conference, to the best of the organization's knowledge, Montana has never been a part of NADRO. And so they were very excited for us to be there, very excited for us to attend. And Montana was nominated to host this conference in 2027. The fantastic news about it is that the funding comes through the organization and through AFTO grants. And most of the planning is handled by the NADRO board treasurer. And with this nomination, I voiced some concerns about how small my program is and how few staff I have. And many states said that they would take time out of their busy schedules and just deal with going to Montana in July to come help me do this conference. So I'm really excited about this nomination. I think this is a wonderful way to showcase our little program. And another benefit is that then all of my staff can attend without having these high travel expenses. So I'm very, very excited about this. So with that, I just wanted to close out by saying thank you to the board for continuing to support us attending these conferences. They mean a lot. They bring a lot to the program here in Montana. And yeah, that's all I got. And that is all cheese behind us, by the way. That's a ton of cheese.
Okay. Looks like you have some out-of-state travel requests also?
Yeah. All right. I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I'm all done with that. I'm going to try to stop sharing my screen. Mike, I don't know if you can just take me off as a host, so then it just stops sharing it.
Like Lake Francis.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
All right. Yes. So in light of me being very excited about my upcoming, about the conference I was just at, I am asking for permission to take myself and 2 of my meet staff to the USAHA ASMID conference. This is a meet conference that we attend twice a year. It's been one we've been attending for years. This conference will cover topics like what the on-site audits found and kind of some trends within our audits. There's usually a component that talks about how the federal budget is looking for the upcoming federal fiscal year. So it's just another conference that is very helpful for us. I know that one of the special topics we're supposed to be hearing about is this new screwworm that everyone's talking about.
All right. So it looks like it's coming out of the meat, that money. And I assume that we have money in the budget. Do we lose it?
No,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
there.
She's
I was
shaking her
looking
head.
back at the finance guy.
I was too.
It's a new fiscal year.
Oh,
So
no
we're all
problem
kinds of money
there.
right now.
Swim like a drunken sailor.
Wait till the end when they're dead left.
I think this is obviously a conference that we've always sent the bureau chief to, but maybe the difference in this request is getting a couple of the supervisors. I think it is good every couple of years to get more than just Alicia to these conferences. One, so they can see the information she's getting, but also just deepens that knowledge within the program. And so having a couple of supervisors go, it may not be something we do every year, but I think it's probably good to do that every once in a while.
Well, I just looking at the meal request, they're gonna eat steak and that's a good deal. It looks to me like.
Mr. Chairman, I move we send the people to this,
Asmid, how do you say it?
Yep.
Asmid?
Asmid.
Okay, so I have a second on it. I have a motion by Ellen, a second by William. Discussion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Motion carried.
All right, thank you very much. My last request is to send one of my sanitarians to an FDA training. This is usually paid for out of our grant for training, so not a taxpayer expense, usually. But this is training that is needed for our staff, for them just to continue to be in line with federal requirements.
So this is the dairy farm sanitation, is that?
And it's paid for with a grant, is that what you said?
I believe this one is coming out of our training grant money, yes.
Milk fund, so what is the milk fund a grant? Mr. Simonson?
No, this is a grant that's in addition to the milk inspection.
Well, I'm just reading what's on the paper. It says it's coming out of milk fund.
The grant gets put into that fund.
Okay. So basically there's money available that, so I'd entertain a motion to accept the request for travel.
So moved.
We have a second. Second. All right, I have a motion by Greg, a second by William, third by Lily, no. Any discussion? Discussion, hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. So Ms. Love, do you have anything else for us?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that is all I have today. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you. And I believe now we are going to break for lunch because we want to make sure that we kind of stay a little bit on schedule. So is 45 minutes enough time for lunch if we come back at 12:30?
Or you want to give a little extra time in case culture grants
Okay, all right, so we'll make an hour.
I won't take much.
All right. So 12:45, we will reconvene. All right.
Recording again. Should be good to go, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. And our next order of business is diagnostic lab. Is Dr. Judah?
Dr. Judah's out there. Dr. Judah, chime in if you're ready to go.
We'll take one here, so I say that.
Dr. Ching.
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we hope you couldn't hear us, but yes, we can hear you.
I think I heard a ka-ching.
You might have.
There's been a lot of.
We have a lot of conversation going then, Dr. Judah. So introduce yourself, please, for the record, and the floor is yours.
Absolutely. Mr. Chair, members of the board, for the record, my name is Greg Judah. I'm the director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab in Bozeman. Good to see all of you again. I wish I was there in person, but due to the brief presentation that I have or agenda items, figured it'd be best to avoid the trip. So first order of business, and I believe that Brian Simonson alluded to this, but my first agenda item is proposed test fee changes kind of across the board for our testing fees. So the way I illustrated this is I've got the current fee listed in column B there, and then a proposed fee, which is the ones that are highlighted. And then Mike, if you'll scroll down to the bottom, I've got this color coded for clarity. So the rationale for these changes, in the yellow would be based on cost or market analysis. And an example of this would be the recent cost analysis that we did on chronic wasting disease testing. And then there's just a few of these, but that's one rationale. We also have some fees that we are proposing to keep the same. A lot of those are supplies and the like, and also our brucella testing, because that's got broader implications for animal health. In the blue, we have fees that are adjusted at 3% for an inflationary price increase. And then the final category there in orange is a change in wording or a new test offering, for which there are, I believe, 3. Let's go right. So with that said, any questions on what we're trying to illustrate here?
Well, I think everybody's clear on the illustrations. Mike's going back up here so we can maybe get a little better idea of what your proposed increases are. It looks like they're fairly minimal, most of them that I see.
Yes, we'll start at the top there, Mike. Mr. Chair, members of the board, the ones in blue there are just the 3% inflationary price increase proposals. I did round these up or down, so it landed on, a nickel and not, like an 11.64 cents or something like that. So we did want to make it a little easier on accounting. The fecal flotations, that's based on a cost analysis, or in this case, I was informed by the microbiology group that the quantitative fecal flotation that we are doing is significantly more work, as in probably 2 times the work to do than just the qualitative fecal flotation. So that price increase to $23 reflects that extra amount of work. And that is consistent with market analysis at other labs. Scrolling on down, you can see we left in green the individual biochemical tests, left that at $3 per, and that's just available upon request. And then we can start to see here in yellow under cytology, those have been suggested changes based on market analysis.
So Dr. Judah, just a question on, of course, you have your marketing analysis, but do you have very many comments if you ask someone why they went to Nebraska or somewhere rather than you? Do you get comments on price differential or ever or not, I guess?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I do not believe that price has ever been brought up to me in conversation. Steve and previously Erica probably had a lot more of those conversations with clients, and I'd be happy to follow up with them if the board desires that, to see how often that does come up. I think the primary reason that someone would send to an out-of-state lab is due to something like test offerings, or the veterinarian went to Nebraska and worked there, what have you, those type of connections.
Yeah, well, that would be my assumption, but sometimes assumptions aren't very valid, so.
So Mike, if you want to scroll down to the orange on this page here.
All right, hold up. Dr. Judah, hang on. William has a question.
Yeah, I had a question, Mr. Chair. So how much, with those proposed price increases, how much more revenue would that generate with what we're doing now?
So back of the napkin, I actually crunched this earlier. If we're assuming 1.6 million in test fee revenue, which is pretty close, that's an additional, if it's 3% across the board, that would be an additional $48,000 per year.
Any other questions while Dr. Judah's pausing here? All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, in the orange, we have some new tests that we are proposing. This is work that came from one of our fellowships with our public health lab fellowships. Bridget just nearly completed it. We're on the final stages, but she was bringing online equine herpes virus 1 PCR test and equine herpes virus 4 PCR. And I did notice when I was looking at this earlier that that last line where it says equine is a typo. That should say equine herpes virus 1 and 4 multiplex PCR. So I'll need to make that change. And then for the pathology adjustments on the carcass disposal, Steve and I, Dr. Smith and I had a conversation regarding this, and we decided that it would be of benefit to our clients if we put a cap on the charges for a large animal, like say a large bull comes in. For instance, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, we had a 2,200 pound bull come in the door. You're looking at a $1,100 charge just to incinerate the animal. And so we thought that for livestock, we should put a cap, especially for the livestock submitters, we should put a cap on that at $400, and then do the same for non-livestock. So that's the changes we're proposing there.
So that's 50 cents per pound and $1 per pound, the two charges. Is that correct? That's a per pound
Mr. Chair,
fee?
that's correct. That's a per pound fee.
All right.
So that pretty much caps. Oh, I should point this out. The chronic wasting disease, after the cost analysis that we ran through, I think it was 2 board meetings ago, we determined that a $2 per test per ELISA price increase would fully cover our costs, rather than having to subsidize our supply spend with non-funding. So that's reflected there, and that was based on the cost analysis. And then finally, you'll see the incoming ground shipping. That is our UPS flat rate shipping charge. Due to just the cost increase with UPS, we're proposing to increase that from $8 to $10. And I believe that either matches or is less than South Dakota is charging their clients.
Okay. Any other questions on this, Lily?
Dr. Judah, I feel like Brian in his presentation said that the supplies were the most expensive part and you're not changing any of the supply fees.
So Mr. Chair, members of the board, some of this will go into covering supplies. Obviously I mentioned the CWD testing. You know, that's just a fraction of it. We did request additional authority in our last EPP legislative process that was coming from test fee income or proprietary fund. So we did plus that up in hopes of you know, at least getting the authority to spend it. So we do have the money to cover it. It's just, you know, a lot of these tests we're not even breaking even as it is. You know, we're obviously subsidized by general fund and per capita fee as a lab, so we're not going to cover all of the we're not going to do a price increase to cover all of those additional supplies, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you.
So is that the end of your presentation on fee increase?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, yes, I believe unless you have specific questions or reservations that I can address, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask for a motion, and then in discussion, if there's more questions, we can do that during discussion. So I'd ask for a motion to, okay, I have a motion by William. I have a second. I have a second by Lily.
What is the motion?
The motion is to accept the proposed fee increase from Dr. Judah for the diagnostic lab. I guess a fee increase or fee schedule. I should just say fee schedule that's proposed today.
It would be approving it to go forward with the public rulemaking process because these are in rule.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt the motion. I did have one other edit that I caught when I was reviewing this this morning. That is right on the page that Mike has right there, the 102 blood mailers. That line item that's marked as $2. We want to propose a change to that to $3 because it was pointed out that we are currently losing 90 cents per mailer just at cost for those supplies. So we're proposing to increase that to $3 to cover our costs for those mailers. So I just wanted you to be aware of that for the record.
Okay, maybe when you submit this for a proposed rule change and publication, we'll have to make sure that that correction is on there. So yes, I guess the motion needs to be to submit this proposed fee structure for rule change. Is that correct, Dr. Schmidt?
Correct.
Okay. Are you comfortable with that, Lynn and Lily? Mm-hmm. All right, discussion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. So it will go out for rule public comment for how long?
Mr. Chair, typically we do
Mr.
those
Chair.
for 30 days.
Yes, go ahead.
I was going to say, I believe it's 30 days. Is that what Tani said?
Okay, so then it probably won't be available for final approval at our next meeting, depending on the timing of our next meeting. Is that fair statement? Yes.
Mr. Chair, this is Lindsay Simon. So typically we don't bring it back to the board unless we receive public comments. So if we receive public comments in the rulemaking process, we would bring it back to the board, but if we don't receive any, we usually just go forward with and adopt the rule.
Oh, okay.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right. So hopefully I can't imagine that somebody would comment negatively on this, but you never know. All right, so Dr. Judah, I guess we're ready for the, what else do you have? Oh, ka-ching, no.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, just for humorous purposes, I'll give you a ka-ching story that happened recently. I have $190,000 in ARP funding to spend on biological safety cabinets and refrigerators for the new facility, kind of those two line items combined. And because the proposed purchase was so large with Fisher, they kept discounting it to the point where it was becoming difficult to, I was running out of things to buy. Let's just put it that way. So I threw in a couple of incubators, and they came back with the quote of a penny a piece on two of them.
I need an extra refrigerator if you want to just throw that in.
Yeah, it was a pretty funny experience.
Well, that's why the rich get richer and the poor kind of struggle along. So, all right. So now the real ka-ching story.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm not asking for any money today.
Well, we still have it on the agenda. I don't know if that's what Gene's referring to.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Schmansky and Dr. Judah can talk more to it, but we are in conversations with Rocky Vista University, which is a potential vet school that would be opening here in Billings, and about potentially using our lab for the pathology rotation during the third year of vet school. So at some point, there's a teaser there. At some point, if we come to terms on any sort of potential agreement with them to help in that, and that they would be paying us for that use of the lab, we will bring that forward to the board. It was on the agenda for today, thinking there might be more to talk about, but I think the negotiations are still ongoing.
Yeah, that was the last word he calls himself Mert, I guess.
Mert, yes.
So.
Dr. Murtaugh.
Yeah. So, yes, so I guess that's as much teaser as we have right now. And he didn't indicate to me exactly, he was hoping maybe a month would make some progress, but he didn't indicate any specific time frame to me.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think that a month is probably pretty realistic for when we would be back with it. I think that they're under some pressure on their side, and so there's incentive for us to continue to move the conversation forward.
That was one, yes. So, okay. All right, Dr. Judah, anything else you'd like to share with us? So we had a note this morning that you're going to get into warmer weather for your move, it sounds like.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, that's correct. We're looking at tentatively April timeframe now for the move, which makes things a lot easier in terms of possibly not having snow cover to navigate with moving stuff, which is great. I think from an operational standpoint, it doesn't really impact us. The analytical lab had a few reservations on that extension of the timeline, but we informed Swank that wasn't going to be a deal breaker for us in any manner. So it is coming along. They're expected to start paving the parking lots and driveways next week, which is a pretty big step there. So they've prepped the site externally. Inside, they're preparing to do the epoxy floors. So that's on tap within the next 3 weeks. I did talk with the superintendent from Swank yesterday, and it sounds like when we do place this large purchase order with Thermo Fisher that we will be able to move that equipment directly into the building, which is great. As we don't currently have space to store all this equipment. But that'll make things easier on that front. So right now the walls are all painted, ceiling grid has been put up. It's coming along really nice. So every time I head over there, there's more done, and it's really nice to see.
What about the incinerator?
Yeah, that's the one thorn there, and we're now looking at the end of this month it's supposed to ship. So that basically from the original projection has been delayed 9.5 months for delivery. But I think it's actually better that it should be coming in September, because they were worried about the asphalt, and with the weight of that semi and crane setting up there, potentially damaging the asphalt. So it'll be interesting to see that get moved in, and hopefully that goes smoothly and we have it in there by the middle of next month.
Any other questions for Dr. Judah? Okay. Well, thank you. Look forward to seeing that one of these days.
Absolutely. Thank you, board.
Okay. Dr. Szymanski, I guess you're ready. Would you like to introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yeah, good afternoon, board. I'm Tani Szymanski, state veterinarian with Animal Health Bureau. A couple of items for the board today. The first one is for an indemnity request. Trying to find my board materials. A couple weeks ago, the same bull that Dr. Judah referenced, we had an animal at the market in Dillon that tested positive as it was blood coming out of the DSA. And so we have euthanized that animal, taken it to the diagnostic lab, and tissues have been submitted for culture. Typically that takes about 10 to 21 days, I would say, depending on if they grow early on, then they can sometimes call them early. If they are negative, sometimes they like to take it out to the full potential duration of the culture. So I expect that we will get results back on this animal next week. Because it is a bull instead of a cow, I think that it's going to simplify the course of a disease investigation if it does culture positive. So there's hopefully that it will go a little bit smoother than we would expect if we found a cow this time of year.
So is that bull, was it raised by the producer that sold it then, or has it changed hands?
Mr. Chair, this bull was purchased as a 2-year-old.
So where would that lead your investigation? Would that lead your investigation back to the previous owner?
Mr. Chair, the bull was purchased from out of state and outside of the greater Yellowstone area. So as long as the bull cultures be abortus, which is what we would anticipate if it does culture, and we'll eventually get whole genome sequencing results on the isolate that should confirm that that infection did come from the greater Yellowstone area.
So therefore, you would just isolate
Correct.
it to that ranch?
Yes.
Yeah. So what if it would have been a producer, a state producer that was maybe on the fringe area of the DSA, and you have this bull?
Mr. Chair, what we know about the whole genome sequencing of the Brucella isolates, even an isolate that's plucked out of an elk over in Park County versus one in Beaverhead County, there's enough similarity because they all kind of originate from the same source of infection. So it would have to be a really discrepant whole genome sequencing results to suggest that it did not originate from the greater Yellowstone area. Hopefully that, I think I understood your question. I apologize if I didn't get there.
I guess my question was more, if if you could isolate, let's say the bull was purchased in Park County outside of the DSA and it was, found in, her at Dell.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah, Mr. Chair, absolutely. So yes, if this bull had been purchased outside from like just outside of the DSA, say 50 miles from the border of the DSA, then that would definitely change the scope of our investigation in wanting to make sure that the source of infection wasn't that ranch outside of the DSA. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
That's all right.
That one went right over my head.
Well, probably was the clarity that it was asked. Or lack of. So, thank you.
So, as we've done for previous brucella serological positive animals that we've had to remove, as the board is aware, USDA will only do a diagnostic purchase on these animals. So they receive $250 from USDA for the value of this animal. The animal is worth more than that. And so this is where we've been utilizing the indemnity fund that the legislature created to pay for the value of these animals. Interestingly enough, this animal did sell before the positive test results came. So we have the what the animal sold for the day of the sale. I emailed Mike some what we've presented to the board previously, like the summary of sales from the closest markets, so Dillon and Three Forks, and then also the USDA sales report, if the board would like to look at that, or I can just tell you what the bull sold for at Dillon.
I don't know. To me,
Yeah, what the bull sell for at Dillon?
We know what the market value is. It's what he sold for.
yeah, exactly.
I don't think
So
there's a lot of reason to
why
look.
complicate the issue?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think,
He sold for $42.35, $55.
yeah,
The 2-year-old?
yeah.
5-year-old.
5-year-old. Okay, I was gonna say that's a lot for a 2-year-old. Okay.
2,250 pounds, I think, wasn't it?
Okay. I misheard. I thought it was yours.
2265.
I'll make a motion to reimburse the individual for the value of that bull.
Minus the
Less
two.
the-
Minus the two.
Minus
Yeah.
the 250, yep.
Okay. Do you have a second? Second. All right, I have a motion by Greg, a second by Alan. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, so.
Thank you, board. I know that the producer will appreciate that. The next one is for an out-of-state travel request. I think Greg maybe has already done his for this fall. This is one where it's 3 meetings that kind of converge from the animal health side of things. It's the U.S. Animal Health Association annual meeting. There's also the annual AAVLD meeting that typically is the lead up to USAHA. And then the meeting that Ms. Love requested travel for, ASMID, happens concurrent to all of these. So I typically go for the span of the entire USAHA meeting plus a day in the front end because of the ASMID meeting, so that I can attend some of that to have a familiarity with Alicia's work. This year they moved the ASMID meeting over the top of the USAHA meeting. So it's actually a good thing. It makes it a little bit harder for my schedule, but I think it's a good thing that some of the meat inspection folks can attend some of the USAHA sessions. So there's a plus side there. I would request, as of September 8th, we will be back up to 3 veterinarians with the department and in the hiring process for a 4th. I would like to take 3 veterinarians this year. The meeting is in Denver, so it's close to home. It's kind of the easiest one that we have to get to. If you look at the agenda for this meeting, they typically have at least 3 sessions running concurrently. And with the ASMID meeting, there'll be some instances where there's 4. And so it's valuable to have multiple people there so you can cover kind of all of the committees that are meeting. Also, it's just a really tremendous opportunity to meet and discuss and collaborate with animal health officials from other states to kind of build working relationships, find out what other people are doing. And certainly this year, there's going to be a lot to talk about with New World Screwworm and where we're at with the HPAI investigation.
So you got a range of 2,000 to 3,500, and then you have letters designating funds.
Mr. Chair, so not all of the attendees need to go for the kind of the full 7 days. There's kind of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday is where the meat of the meeting is, so we can scrunch down the time for at least one of the veterinarians. So I thought it would be like, I would attend the full session, the assistant state veterinarian would attend maybe 2/3 of it, and then a program veterinarian would attend about 1/3 of the meeting roughly, so that we could get kind of the necessary exposure in the most relevant areas. And then the cooperative, the funding would be, we can send 2 individuals on cooperative agreement funds. So 2 of us would travel under federal cooperative agreement dollars. And then the 3rd individual, brucellosis is always a really big part of this conversation. So we would use our general fund brucellosis funding to send a third.
Okay. We have a motion to accept the request for out-of-state travel.
I will make a motion to accept the out-of-state travel.
You are here. Well, thank you. But there's someone beside me that hasn't even mentioned anything yet today, so do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Discussion.
You moved, she's second.
We're poking you prior to that.
Oh, okay, I didn't get that.
You're deep in thought.
You were boy deep as hell. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
And then the last item I had for it was just some brief updates on different disease work that's going on. New World Screwworm, despite kind of the level of concern, maybe has the least amount of updates associated with it. There is a New World Screwworm working group that's comprised of, I think there's approximately 15 state animal health officials on that group, including myself. It has recently kind of joined forces with a work group, an internal work group that USDA had. And so we're meeting twice a week at 6 a.m. To discuss kind of all of the components of what the response in the United States would look like. That includes the size of the control zone, when a control zone would be established, what movement restrictions would be in place, what requirements for inspection of animals or treatment of animals moving out. A lot of the southern states feed a lot of cattle. And so when you talk about withdrawal times and you're trying to move animals that are finished to slaughter, what does that look like? How do we make sure that we're not kind of interrupting the flow of finished animals to slaughter, but also not increasing the risk of transmitting the disease outside of those areas. So a lot of work to do, I think, but good progress is being made.
So, and it opens and closes. I have been kind of out of the loop here the last couple of weeks. So what's the status of the border right now, or is it closed?
Mr. Chair, I believe it is closed.
It opened for 2 days and then closed.
Something like that.
Okay,
Big Secretary Reynolds make an announcement on Friday.
The other thing is when you talk about movement of fat animals and the possibility of transmittal of the fly, I guess. So the larva that would be feeding in the animal would not be able to, I mean, if it went directly to slaughter, what would be the transition of that life cycle?
Mr. Chair, if it's in the larval phase in the animal, that can last up to, I think it's 8 days before it would mature into the pupa phase that drops out of the animal and then goes on to form the fly. Typically, the thought process is that animals need to be inspected, and any animals that have visibly present wounds would not be eligible to move until that has been addressed. And so then the question is, do you treat them and then move them outside of the zone? They can sit through their withdrawal period for whatever their treatment was and then go on to slaughter. Those are some of the kind of nuances of that. But wound is, whether there's a wound present or not, is one of the big triggers. Additionally, sometime in the next couple of weeks, there'll be a conversation here in Montana trying to bring together kind of as many of our counterparts that would be involved in potential response here in Montana, because it does get all warm-blooded species The wildlife component is of concern. There's a public health concern associated with it. And then the Department of Agriculture actually has an entomologist on staff. And so we don't have that capability out of the diagnostic lab in Bozeman. And so is there a way that we can rely upon that in-house expertise as well to help us out here in Montana? Also, the federal agencies, wildlife services, plant protection and quarantine, and then veterinary services. So hopefully we can have just a kind of a collaborative conversation here in Montana about what response would look like going forward, and what our authorities are to restrict movements of animals in particular, recognizing that if we did get it all the way up here in Montana, it would be short-lived. We just kind of need to get to those colder, heavy snow months to control the problem, but we certainly don't want to contribute to spread in the meantime. HPAI, maybe another really short update, hopefully. There have been no new detections for 30 plus days at the national level. Everybody's kind of cautiously holding their breath that maybe we're coming to the end of this outbreak. We won't know for certain until the fall migration starts again. So just kind of waiting it out to see the movement of birds start. As far as Montana is concerned, we have moved to stage 4 on the National Milk Testing Surveillance Program. So now we're, instead of a presumptive free, we are a confirmed free state. As a result of that, we're switching from bulk tank testing from each of the dairies in the state to silo testing. So when all of the milk goes to the processing plants and gets mixed, now the samples are being pulled from those combined silos. So instead of doing, I don't know what it was, roughly say a dozen tests a month, we're down to 3. So it just makes the program a little bit more streamlined, but still gives us a good level of surveillance. I would anticipate that we will continue that probably through fall migration, and then we could talk about potentially backing off on it. Brucellosis, nothing maybe additional to update on the pending culture. The one thing that I did want to mention is that we're working with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and I've mentioned this before, but to schedule an in-person meeting in October, sometime somewhere in Southwest Montana, that would bring together state and federal wildlife and animal health officials from the 3 GYA states to have a kind of a guided conversation about brucellosis management, to talk about things that the different states are seeing on the landscape, where there are differences in our programs. Are there things that we can learn from the lessons that we've kind of have seen over the last dozen or so years of this program to maybe move brucellosis management forward? And then as part of that conversation also, like, what are the things that we really need that we think would ease the burden of the regulatory program, and try to push forward maybe some research in those areas. So the group is, I think, really excited. Hopefully we can maybe have some meaningful outputs associated with that group. Like I said, to ease some of the burden on producers. Penwar, Mike and I recently attended the Penwar meeting out in Seattle. It was roughly 2 days of discussion, maybe a little bit shy of 2 days of discussion. A lot of it was still centered around high-path avian influenza. A lot of the conversation was focused on the outbreak in Washington, and then the corresponding outbreak to the north up in British Columbia. I think that the cross-border livestock health group associated with Penwar maybe has struggled to find where the best relevance of that meeting is, recognizing that if we identify changes that need to be made to facilitate the movement of different industries, whether it's poultry, beef, swine, whatever it might be, across that international border, none of us have the authority to change those policies. And we rarely get the folks from USDA that are the kind of the decision makers and policy makers present in that room. So I think that we ended in a good place. If Mike has any additional comments about what the discussion would look like next year. Next year, the meeting will be in Edmonton. Myself and the provincial veterinarian for Alberta will be co-chairing the meeting next year. but really trying to think about more of just a collaborative discussion instead of maybe the larger national policy discussion, recognizing that we probably will not be able to have a significant impact on whether the border stays open if we get African swine fever in Southwest United States. So, did you want to add anything on the Penmar front?
I was just going to say that, yeah, I think that group has struggled to find what its purpose is, because most of those changes have to be made in Ottawa or Washington, D.C. But this year's conversation, we bounced around. We looked at how Washington had handled disease response, how British Columbia had done it. We had some conversations on trade. We had some of the USDA folks there, and we're talking about trade, and in particular with high pathogen influenza vaccinations. If we're going to vaccinate cattle, we're going to vaccinate birds, and what does that do to our trading relationships? And eventually eventually we bounced around, but it occurred, and with Dr. Szymanski being the co-chair, we got a chance in the car to talk about it on the drive home. And it's like, really what we need to do with that cross-border livestock health group is we were on the right path, but we didn't leave with any product. And so we should take, like, high pathogen influenza was sort of the post-mortem, if you will, that we were doing of how people had responded at the provincial level, state level, federal level. But we should come away from that meeting like directed to have some sort of resolution when we come out. And then that resolution, what it might be that we want our federal partners to do, and whether we as state agencies and provincial agencies can make that happen, we would at least come out with something that we could hand to our stakeholder organizations and others to say, Mr. Moore said he was in DC a couple weeks ago. I think you were in DC the same week we were in Seattle. If we had come away with a resolution I could have handed to you that you could have been talking to people about, that's the kind of product that we need to come away from that meeting with. Okay, what are the federal changes we need between USDA and CFIA? Because I think we all get, the thing that's great about that meeting is we understand how regionally dependent we are on each other, but yet all of our strategies are national federal strategies, and they don't really work well to how our industry interplays with each other. I mean, we still continue to come across surprise about how much interplay there is between Montana and Alberta. And people, it's hard for us to even convince them of how many of our cattle go north and get fed, and then they come back south for processing. And, if we're dealing with closure of that border, and I'll just say one of the rationales that a few years ago would come with is that if there's a issue that's happening in the Maritimes in Canada, or an issue that's happening in Florida, and the response is shut the U.S.-Canadian border down, it really adversely affects us, yet we're so far away from the impact. And can there be some rational thought about zoning, regionality? But what we've not been coming away from that meeting with, in that I think we're going to want to try to accomplish at the meeting next year, is should we at the end come away with, here is a resolution that we all, provincial and state leaders in in the Pacific Northwest region, this is a resolution. These are changes we would like to see happen that will help us manage situations better within our shared region. And we need federal cooperation both in Canada and the U.S. to get that done. So I'm hopeful that with Dr. Szymanski's leadership as a co-chair for next year's event, that we can streamline the agenda to drive us towards those things we can agree on and get those resolutions in place. And whether we actually carry them forward or we just hand them off to our stakeholder organizations when they're in DC to give them things they can advocate for on our behalf. That's what I would like to see as an outcome.
Well, I was just looking at the Pacific Northwest region, and I'm thinking you're talking about regionalization. So is it Alberta? Is Saskatchewan?
Yes, so Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, Yukon, none of it. That's the Canadian provinces that attend. And then Alaska, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana on the U.S. side.
The update that I don't remember if it was the Prime Minister or the head of agriculture in Saskatchewan, the update that they gave the trading partners for Saskatchewan The top two are the United States and China. Third, if you're looking at total receipts, is Minnesota, and that was $3 billion. Fourth is California at 2.8 billion, and fifth, recognizing that the three of us are tucked into the United States, is actually Montana at 2.4 billion, which I thought was a really interesting statistic when you figure like the size of California's economy and Minnesota's economy versus Montana's, that we're that high on there. So it really shows how much movement there is across that border.
And it's Alberta's pretty much the same sort of statistics. Like when it comes to ag receipts, we're, and I'm sure vice versa, if we did that, we'd see that Alberta and Saskatchewan are higher on our list too, but we're high on Alberta's list of goods going back and forth. So it just, once again, it just shows that we are very regionally dependent upon each other. We just happen to have an international border between us, and that creates some complications.
Someone would have to move that and move in with us and
Yeah.
Yeah.
send Washington State to the east.
Just last item, just very briefly, Mike has mentioned this a couple times about the transition of the animal health software from USA Herds to Core One. Our go live date for that is September 8th. And Britta Sikora from the import office, Tom Schultz from IT, and Rick Porter have just done an absolute tremendous job of getting us to the point. All of our data from USA Herds is going to come over into Core One so that we won't lose any of that historical traceability data. At one point I had the numbers pulled and I don't have them in front of me, but it is a huge number of tags that are coming across, millions and millions of tags that are going from USA Herds into Core One. A lot of those are centered around brucellosis vaccination and brucellosis test charts, which is a huge part of our state's traceability system. So we're really excited for that transition, and I'm very appreciative of the work that they're all doing. I think they sit in at least 3 meetings a week, having the conversations about what that transition will look like.
So, Dr. Szymanski, I was reading an article in one of the farm magazines here just the other day, and it was a question and answer with one of those magazines that has Ask Your Vet. So it was a producer from southeastern United States. I don't remember if it was Georgia or Florida, but I believe it was one of those 2 states that asked his vet if he still needed the bangs vaccinated. And he says, I understand that we've eradicated brucellosis in the United States. And his vet, I thought, gave a very clear and good answer. He said, yes, other than the GYA, brucellosis has been eradicated in the United States. And so therefore, for you, whether or not your bangs vaccinated is probably not a health or issue for either you or your livestock or humans, but a marketing issue. And where you are in the whole world, you know, it's up to the individual producers, but I'm not going to recommend as a veterinarian, if I'm your veterinarian, I would not recommend that you need the bangs vaccinated. So the thing that came to mind to me is we've talked about it twice already today, the $275,000 worth of tags that we bought. And I'm thinking if enough producers read that same article that I read and decide that they don't need the bangs vaccinated in that southeast, there's going to be quite a number of tags available that aren't going to be used. And so we need to figure out how we can get our hands on them.
Mr. Chair, absolutely. So we already know that there are some states across the country that don't have a high percentage of brucellosis vaccination. And those are the states that end up with a surplus if they take all of their allocation from USDA. For the first time in, I don't know, the year since they've announced the final move to this new rule, USDA has talked about having kind of honest conversations about how to look at a different allocation system than just using the cow inventory from NASS. At the Western States meeting, what was that, in June, I think early June, myself and a couple of other Western state veterinarians sat down and kind of penciled out some possible systems that we think would provide a level of fairness to it, that we were going to share with USDA to see if they would consider those that would allow that. I think additionally, one of the other things that USDA committed to is that for states that are taking their allocation and are not kind of being able to show that they're using it every year, is going back and like retroactively reallocating tags to other states. So one, the initial process of allocation, and then two, if states aren't using what is allocated to them, having conversations about how to redistribute those.
Well, this is a national magazine, and I just know producers that if they can save $1 or $2 or $5, whatever it costs them to banks vaccinate, by the time they get their vet out there, and however the tags are allocated in their state, there's going to be quite a number of producers that don't market into the DSA, that have no other reason to banks vaccinate, that probably are going to, if they are now, they're going to quit. And so, you know, like I said, it just lit up that, you know, I'd like to see everybody that banks vaccinates in Montana get a free tag. I don't want half of us to have to pay for them, the other half get them free. That still bothers me.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Mr. Chair. And I don't know, I mean, we've talked previously about the market incentive that comes with banks vaccinating, and I don't know how much that permeates like across the United States. That's something that I can't speak to, but I know certainly in the West, even in states that don't have risk of brucellosis, you know, Utah, Oregon, New Mexico, like they still, the producers in those states still feel very strongly about banks vaccinating animals.
I don't doubt in the West, but I just think in the East, you know, and there's a lot of cattle there. So when I get to NCBA this winter, I'm going to quiz as many people from that area as I can and just see what I find out there too. But I just think that's an opportunity for Montana to come away with some more tags.
Excellent.
So, William.
I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So are all producers required to bank vaccinate in Montana?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsasser, no. There's a 10-county zone that's around our DSA and then extends over to catch the Bighorn Mountains that come up out of Wyoming. Those 10 counties, animals are required to be banks vaccinated. The rest of the state is optional.
Is Lewis and Clark?
Lewis and Clark is not one of them.
Any other questions? Yes.
Speaking of which, what do we hear on RB 51? Supplies.
I have not heard anything recent. The last time I talked to my contact at the company, they indicated that year over year, their production as of March was higher than what it was for the prior year. So there should be adequate vaccine out there now, given that our inventory has continued to constrict a little bit. And I don't know that they are able to predict what will happen, you know, moving through these fall months. But I guess I have no reason to believe that there will be a shortage. One of the other things that we did talk about, there's only one other manufacturing facility in the world that does RB51, and there had previously been some light conversation about if the plant in Colorado was offline, could we import from that international source? USDA has done that in the past, and so there was kind of, I left that conversation with an encouragement that we should try to continue to explore that conversation.
So, yeah, was there animals in your area that didn't get vaccinated because of a shortage of vaccine this year?
No, I think, not that I've heard of, I think we got them all, but it was a last minute thing. I mean, there were some, I do know some sets of heifers that were 2 weeks late going to grass because they were waiting on vaccine, and that's money. You know, that's $3 a day in the feedlot compared to $1 on grass, so that's money.
No, but I just, so.
Yeah, I just suggest, could we do, because there's not that many of them, I mean, we're not in the thick of it yet. Some guys, like in your part of the world, are doing the fall. Most of our guys are in the spring, but I'm thinking maybe as we move into fall, could we do a survey of the vets around the state and just say, how you guys sitting? What are you hearing?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that if somebody says, maybe because we need to, if there is a problem, we can't wait till March to start addressing it and try to get it from Bangladesh or wherever else it's made. That's gonna take too long.
Yeah, and
If there's gonna be a shortage of it, we need to know, probably before the first of the year. And it's also, when you talk about numbers, there's a fairly good chance that more heifers are gonna get a Banks tag as opposed to a spade tag than did last year. There's probably gonna be a few more going into the breeding herd than there has been as a percentage of the calf crop than have been the last couple of years.
yeah, we can absolutely do that. Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, we have both the newsletter and then just email updates to veterinarians, so we can include that question there. I do know that towards the end, so the shelf life on the RB51 vaccine is 1 year. So the stuff that was ordered kind of late into the spring this year, if people ended up with excess doses, it will carry them through to next winter. I did talk to a few veterinarians that have pretty robust supplies on hand that are willing to share those. So I think that, yeah, if we're proactive through this fall, we knew about the problem, I would say mid-December of last year. And the update that we received was that USDA had expedited the approval of the cereals so that the company could kind of get back online with their production quickly. They were already behind in mid-December, and we thought that it was going to self-correct by early January, and it took us a lot longer to self-correct. And so I think the next time we get to that point where we know that there's a disruption would be the time to start having those conversations, like you said, instead of February.
And part of the problem is so when you're dealing with the private industry, it actually dovetails into what Gene shared earlier. So if you've got parts of the US that are discouraging vaccine usage, that doesn't incentivize new players to come into the realm either. And so we have this issue of having one supplier, but from a private sector standpoint, there's not an incentive for another player to come online to compete with them because there's not enough business. It's kind of you're in a vicious cycle.
Yes and no.
More and more dependent on that one supplier.
Yeah, it is. But the flip side of that argument is that there's also no competition and there's also not mandate. I mean, Pyramid 5 can't charge 10 times what Bovishield charges because people use Bovishield, or they won't use it at all. This is the only vaccine that you're mandated to use in a certain part of the country. So if I'm the XYZ vaccine company, I know that I'm going to be able to sell at least how many thousand doses in the DSA in Wyoming and Idaho because they're going to have to be
absolutely
vaccinated, and other people that are close to it are going to use it as a marketing tool. So I just thought if whatever feedback we can get from our state, our veterinarians in the state as we move through the fall run and get going into spring, I think we should just keep in communication with them. So if someone starts raising a red flag that says, hey, I can't get any of this stuff,
let us know based on, yeah,
sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. There's an international brucellosis symposium in Costa Rica in November that I'd be happy to travel to.
I'm going in December. I could just go on early.
I could maybe make connections with an international manufacturer. No, I'm kidding. That's all I have for you.
Any other questions for Dr. Spansky?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great volunteer.
Well, I don't know. Does anybody need a recess? Unload, reload?
I don't.
Okay, well then we're just gonna keep moving. Come on there.
Your agenda.
Let's crank it out and go on.
It's more than this afternoon.
I don't know about that. I'm just stop at Shields on the way home.
How many hours did they get drive home?
2. Well, yeah, it depends on Bozeman Hill. There's
Yeah.
rank construction there right now. It's slow going.
So I understand.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yesterday Jay and I were regretting not going through Atlanta.
It's not fast at the moment.
I think they're both the same.
They are around. I can look on, I can see yours from when I'm sitting.
All right.
Make sure we have it correct.
Yeah, same thing. Just don't match up in two directions. You got get to you on it. All right. Come on there, introduce yourself, please.
Extra call.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Bodnar, Brands Division Administrator. I might just start with the handouts. I thought it would be just a nice year-end review of what we've done on the brands side of things. So the first graph is just a look at the fiscal year for brands that we've issued and brands that we've transferred. So as you see, in 23, we issued 826 new brands, and then 24, 710, and then 709. And we've averaged right around 570 brands that we've transferred through the fiscal year. So if we went back to right around 21, where we did the re-record, we were doing about 1,000 that year of new brands and about 1,000 transfers. And then as that number has kind of slowly declined a bit. So that's kind of where we're at on just a quick number on that. I did want to just also, I did provide some market numbers for you, and I did it off the fiscal year. I do have a nice graph that's on a calendar year that goes back quite a few years, and it kind of shows the numbers, and you can kind of see the kind of the years where we had drought as the numbers increased. And I could share that with you, but I wanted to kind of transition more into a fiscal year.
On this, the brands, I'm just thinking back to, we opened up the characters, 4 years ago now, whatever it was. Are you seeing anything that shows that people are taking advantage of that in the new brand requests?
Mr. Chairman, no, we're not. And the way that it was written, if, we don't have that character currently, you can apply for that. If it's denied, then you can go in front of the board. I don't know that probably awareness is out there with that, but we do not really see, we haven't really seen any of that. So it's been pretty standard characters that people apply for today.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know that I need to touch too much on the market numbers, although they somewhat surprise you a bit. The numbers have been still pretty strong. It is even a little bit more reflective because Five Alleys, I did kind of highlight that one there, asterisks there. So they did have a couple of months of operation in 24, which they didn't in 25. And so the numbers are still pretty strong going through the market. So I would expect, like most of everybody here, probably that we would start to see that to drop off. I'm not sure when that will happen. So
I would have thought a couple of years ago.
I would have too.
So. It doesn't seem to be.
So,
and
go ahead.
I was gonna say, just something to always keep in mind. I remember saying this when I was on the beef council years ago, when you're collecting checkoff dollars, it's not just an indication of head counts, it's a question of how many times they turn, right?
It could be that.
If we're really droughty and all these 5 to 6 weight calves get on a truck in October, go to Nebraska, they ain't coming back. If they go to grow yards in the state and they stay in the state and they go to grass, they might go through the barn 2-3 times.
Yeah.
So it's where they're being fed and where they're heading when they say goodbye to mom.
And a few of these animals, I would imagine, they get sold at one yard, make it to another yard, so they get sold twice. So there's some of that probably is in there too. So.
Yeah. And then just different closures. So, Jake, you know better than me. I assume that like Dylan's increase, I assume Dylan got a big chunk of the Missoula cattle. Yeah, it didn't go there. Yeah. Sydney's getting the Williston cattle, the Sitting Bull cattle that closed down. And
I think Ramsey and Dylan both kind of have worked pretty hard at capturing that market over there that Five Alleys did have.
So
Western Great Falls, that shows the Canadian pole. That shows it. Calves going north instead of south.
Right.
I was, in your numbers, or Brian's numbers, I guess, actually, it showed local inspections done by our personnel decrease. Is that because people are just using, local inspectors instead, or is there something that they're not wanting to use our personnel in some areas, or they're just less cattle inspected in the area that our personnel would be normally doing? I just seem like quite a decrease in numbers. Just I wondered if there's any correlation, any cause or effect.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I kind of looked at that number. I assumed somewhat that just fewer cattle. But I don't know that I don't know that I could, you know, look at the specific numbers and show that exactly. Typically, most producers in the country are going to go to their local inspectors, and that system works very well for us. Our inspectors, our state district investigators do keep a very busy schedule, also doing inspections. We do have market staff that do field inspections too out of the market. So it's kind of whatever's convenient, I think, for the producer. I don't really hear any concerns from, I've never heard any concerns from producers of, I'm going to use a local and not our state personnel because they're upset with anything that we do. You know, on one hand, we can do electronic inspections for our state personnel, which a lot of people do like that. So I would think that, you know, may even encourage folks to go that route in some cases. So, but I couldn't put my finger on any specific thing that concerned me necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little feedback for the board and everybody else, and I haven't done in a lot of states, but I know when we ship out of North Dakota, or we have a feedlot in North Dakota, and we schedule shipment out of there, first you check and see if you can get a brand guy. Then you see if you can get trucks, then you see if you can get a crew, blah, blah, blah. We never have that problem at home. We can always get somebody. If our local guy's tied up, one of the guys from the office will come, like I said, the market guy will come, whatever. I mean, it's a service you take for granted until you don't have it. So I think our guys do a super job of covering at least our part of the world.
It's good to hear. Thank you for the feedback.
Do we have any idea how many cattle all of our local, I mean, I'm sure we do because we audit their books, but the local inspector, how many cattle are inspected in the state of Montana in a year?
We do about, I do have those numbers, but I don't have them with me. We do about 60,000 inspections per year. That's pieces of paper. I could probably get that head count down for you, but I didn't bring it with me.
I'm just curious,
It's
that 60,000 represents over 1 million.
It's over 1 million.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's roughly, I've always looked at it when I've run those numbers in the past, it's about 70, 80, 20, 30. So it's 70 to 80% local inspector, 20 to 30% staff, depending upon the year. And that's not counting the market, that's country. Because then, and that's the other thing too, if you have more animals go through the market, those animals are going to move on a market consignment permit to the market, and then they're showing up in these market inspections.
Right.
They're not getting an inspection in the country to go to the market. So those are some things that can play with your numbers a little bit. I know this year we had to pull some numbers working on a fiscal note for a bill. I think we looked at the most recent year, we could pull a whole year together on change of ownership inspections, which would include the market, but it was about 1.7 million. Change of owner head, 1.7 million head had shown up on change of ownership inspections. And if you look at a similar year to the market, if you did 600,000, that tells you 1.1 million of those change of ownership, those head were not out in the country. Yeah, and probably about, yeah. And so when you do that, our local inspectors are doing quite a lot, doing the vast majority of the work on both movement and change of ownership inspections.
So is that a whole year?
That is, yes, that's one fiscal year.
Yeah, fiscal year. So
July to June.
okay. I just wanted to give a brief update. Mr. Honeycutt talked a little bit about our new audit program that we have developed through ServiceNow. So we do audit so we want to track every inspection book and every inspection in every book. So that's, and so we want to make sure that we know who are they going to? So who are we issuing those books to? And then what each, so that's our market staff, that's our district investigators, that's our local inspectors. So every book that gets tracked. And so on the flip side of that, that provides us an opportunity to be able to audit those books. So we know that were those inspections used? Are those inspections voided? Are those inspections still in the book? And we, make sure that all those inspections do make it back to Helena, make it through the system. They're not sitting in a drawer somewhere for a month or two or a year. And so that's very critical for us to make sure that we can track all that information, make sure that there's nothing out there that's getting left. And we also, that's an opportunity for us when our district investigators meet with our local inspectors to do these audits, that if there is any mistakes, they get corrected at that point also. So, so once again, this system is now live in the Helena office. We actually we have 2 minor tweaks that we're making. They're pretty minor. They won't really impact too much of anything. Our plan is at this point that we're going to just issue those books out of the Helena office just to make sure the system works. So if we have a district investigator that issues the books to a local, they'll provide us with that number. So it automatically tracks in ServiceNow that book number, and then it adds 50 because there's 50 inspections into each one, automatically plugs that into ServiceNow. So if that inspection gets written, it gets sent back to Helena, it goes through our scan process of Google and then put into ServiceNow. And then if our compliance tech our compliance team finishes that inspection, finishes out the rest of the information, it automatically will show that that inspection is closed. So then at the end of next year, when we run a report, we'll be able to see all these inspections that are either open, closed, void, whatever the case may be. And then we provide that information back out to our district investigators, and then they go and verify all that information. So it'll be a very much more automated system than currently what we have today. We did use Fort Supply previously, and that did work well for us. But then as we transitioned to ServiceNow, this year we're actually pulling information out of ServiceNow and Fort Supply. So it's pretty tedious as we conduct our audits this year. But going into next year, at the end of next year, I think it'll be a really nice system. And so our plan is, once again, we'll start with our Helena folks putting in the information. We'll verify that everything is working. And as we do that, then we'll expand that capabilities out for district investigators and market staff to be able to plug that information in to the system too. So they don't necessarily all have to come to Helena. So we're pretty excited about it. We do, just for ServiceNow, we talked a little bit about it. We do have probably another 2 or 3 projects in the queue, basically, that we're looking at conducting next. So we're going to be working on our lifetime horses inspections and how we operate that system. It's a bit tedious today, so that's kind of on our to-do list. And then we're also looking at for lien renewals in a couple of years. We're also going to make sure that build that system into here too. And we have a few other ones too. So we have no shortage of work, as Mike and Mr. Honeycutt mentioned. You get into the system and you find different things that, boy, it would be nice if it did this or that, or we'd like these additional capabilities. So that's kind of the phase that we're in. We're not really fixing any problems at this point. It's mostly add-on enhancements that we're really doing to have the system function better for us and hopefully for producers. So, okay. Wanted to give you a quick update on the Google AI, the horse inspection. So we did, as I continue on with technology, so we did complete our Google AI project with the cattle inspections, and that was really our priority at this point. So as we scan that, then, like I said, it puts that information into service now. So that warehouse is actually searchable. So if we were to have any kind of disease investigation, anything like that, we would be able to have all of those inspections. They're in the system, they're in the computer system. So we'd be able to search things quite a bit. Hopefully, be able to track inspections, make any kind of investigation as small as possible. So at this point, we wanted to expand looking at what would it take to put our horse inspections in. And we do have quite a few. So we're talking lifetimes and annuals. We don't have as many versions of these horse inspections as we do with the cattle inspections. So we thought, well, this might be a little easier. The system's somewhat built to handle the cattle inspection, so it shouldn't be too big a lift for the horse inspections. We've just had a series of meetings with them. We got down to, okay, what's it gonna really take? What's it gonna really kind of cost? The estimate was it would be a 12-week, mainly 10-week and 2 weeks to do hypercare basically. So they forecasted not a long time. I wouldn't assume that it would be that short. One of the kickers was it was a pretty significant figure. It was a six-figure dollar, and that is probably going to be what it would require us to actually go through House Bill 10 and the IT bill, and so we wouldn't really see any money until June, July of 27. And at this point, I think we're really deciding is this a nice to have or is this a need to have? We don't really see the criticalness of investigations, that animal health investigations like we would with cattle necessarily. So Mike and I we just barely came in. So we've had one short conversation and we really haven't had a chance to really dig too much deeper than that. But I think at this point, we'll probably sit on this one for a while.
My first initial reaction was I did not think the juice was worth the squeeze. So, because also with, horse inspections are not the numbers of cattle inspection either. So it's not like you're making massive improvements in data entry time and saving work. So you're not getting those benefits out of it that we got from Google AI on the cattle inspections. I will say I did float, as I like to say around the office, to every problem, there's an easy solution that's wrong. And the easy solution I had is I was like, why don't we just get rid of it? Why don't we just make everybody do a lifetime inspection? First time they come to us to get a horse inspection, you're gonna get a lifetime, you're gonna get a card in the mail. There you go, have a nice life. So, because most of our, just get rid of on-demand horse inspections, because it also is a big compliance issue that all these people who want to go trail riding in the Bob or shed hunting, and they happen to hit one of our truck stops and they forgot to get a horse inspection. And they also tend to be a lot of our compliance issues too. And if they all just had a lifetime horse inspection card, that would be done with. But Jay gave me a few reasons why I didn't think that was a good idea. So I'm sure it's not, but that's just like, it was just
sound like a bad one.
No, it would be a few hurdles to get over, but
yeah.
The other thing about lifetimes, there's a lot of guys, old timers I know, not me, have said that, still have lifetimes on file of horses that died in 1992. Just hey, that worked. Old in 1978. He's a good old guy.
now with actual pictures of a little more difficult.
He doesn't just have to have one white sock.
Never throw away a lifetime.
Never know what horse you have with you.
So we're all caught up on the Google AI.
So
How up to date are we?
So our process currently with cattle inspections, every day as new inspections come in the mail, those automatically get scanned into the system. And so we're up to date with all of them being in the system. They're not all complete. We still do have a backlog of probably 6 months on part of the state, and we're still probably a year behind in some other areas. So we're gaining ground. but we're not quite where we want to be yet.
Backlog's not as bad as it was, and as Jay said, we've prioritized getting the new stuff in, and while we're still chewing through some of the historical backlog, so that we don't because most likely, if we need that information, it's gonna be recent things, and of course, that's once again, why that was a worthwhile project is that when we were 18 months backlogged, 24 months backlogged, and Dr. Shemansky had some sort of disease investigation she was gonna have to start, likely all of the movement data we would have was sitting on someone's desk and would have to be combed through piece by piece. And so we're just trying to improve the rapidness with which we can get the information to animal health of what they need to do the trace to get identified where we need to start working.
And in the DSA, we do run that basically in real time so that we are up to date on any of the DSA codes. So we kind of at least prioritize some of those ones that potentially could lead to investigations. So. Okay, I'll just keep moving along and hopefully we get this out of here a little early. I just did want to show, I'm sure everybody that is have a subscription to the Western Ag Reporter. So we did run our annual stray notice. We advertise each stray that we have in the local papers, and so that's prior to any sale. That's advertise it for 10 days. So we want to make sure that we give everybody an opportunity. Sometimes you don't see that local ad in the paper, the local paper, so we give people one more opportunity in this annual ad. We run it twice, so we ran it in the June 17th and then the 24th. We had 141 listing strays in that. It costs about $20 in a stray for the advertising that we do. So if we do have people that do recognize that was their animal, that's their proceeds, we do remove that stray fee off of their proceeds. So we do recapture that. When we do these, it does generate a lot of calls. So our office has been getting a number of calls, and our hope is that we would return all of these proceeds back to their rightful owners, but we're not successful in doing that. But we want to make sure that we give them every opportunity to claim their proceeds of their animal. So once again, there's a verification process for them to make sure that, we're paying the right person. But it seems to be a fairly effective means to try to get these proceeds once again back to our producers.
So how do I claim those no brands then?
That is a challenge.
What county that you're trying to get them out of?
I mean, there is no doubt when you look through that list, there's quite a few no brands, and that becomes a very difficult way to get those proceeds back to individuals. Sometimes there's near tag, sometimes there's not.
So I'm going to use my example. I take 5 calves into Western Livestock. One of them, 4 of them have my brand on them, one is a no brand. So what happens to that no brand? If I check it in as a no brand in mine, then I get the money, but if I check it in as branded and it has no brand, then it gets held. Is that status, or how does that?
So in our system, if you were to bring those 5 animals in, 4 brand and one's a no brand, in our system, we write that, for the 4 that have the brand, and then we issue 1 as the no brand. So it does go through the system as that. So it's Gene Curry, checked him in, 4 branded, 1 no brand. So that's how it goes through our system. And we do inspect them to verify that. So either you check them in correctly, or I'm assuming our brand inspectors will catch that, hey, that only 4 of those had a brand and this one was a no brand.
So how do we end up with, because someone brought those no brands into the yards. So how do we end up with them in our system? Why didn't they get the person who brought them in? Why didn't he get paid for them?
Yeah, these are strays though. These are picked up by our staff.
No, they're not. They're not came out of the yards.
No, they got sold to the yard, but they were picked up by our staff and brought in because somebody reported them on their place.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So this animal might have showed up on somebody's ranch. They're like, this isn't mine. And so our inspector would go out there,
That's an honest person.
pick that animal up, bring that animal in, we advertise it, we clip it typically to make sure that we can't find a brand on it. And take some pictures, advertise it, with the pictures in it, and then if it isn't, identified, no owner's identified, then that animal gets sold. And then that animal ends up in our app.
Are most of those slicks or some of them ones with brands that we can't?
Most of them
trace
have
back?
brands. He's got the,
Yeah, there's quite a few that, have brands, can't track the owner down. Some, you can't read the brand.
Yeah.
It's a mixture.
And just for knowledge, we, like an unclaimed property, we hold those funds for 2 years. And if no owner comes forward and provides proof of ownership and gets those funds released to them, the money that's left comes into our brands account in the estray fund, and then it becomes department money. So that's why we've got 2 years to try and find the owner and try to get their funds back to them if we can. But after that, it reverts into the department's account.
so all of those brands that are on that list are not registered in the state? Is that-
No, not necessarily. I mean, some of those animals could have traded hands 2-3 different times. I mean, it's sometimes, that person will see their animal on there and see that brand and they're like, hey, that's my brand. So they'll call the department to try to claim those proceeds. So it is a mixture of things.
Which if nobody else has a bill of sale, I guess they'd be entitled to, wouldn't they? Most cases.
In most cases, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone with a bill of sale better be there ahead of the guy that has the registered brand.
Well, and we do some investigation into that. I mean, so that, you try to prohibit anybody from claiming that animal twice or getting paid for it twice. So if it was sold and then ended up on the list and you claim the proceeds.
I'd say just for education, those are things that happen. We did have a situation with a person who brought a string of animals in that they had not rebranded with their brand to the market. Proceeds got held. They had to contact the original brand holder to say, hey, you guys didn't get a bill of sale. That person now needs a bill of sale for proof of ownership to get paid. That previous owner was like, no, I don't think I sold them to him. I think I want the cattle back now. It's like, oh, so as Jay said, potentially there's somebody who's taking a loophole to, well, I'm gonna sell these animals again. I'm gonna get 2 checks out of them.
That's why it's required to have an inspection on change of ownership.
That's right.
And if they follow the rules,
And a bill of
there's
sale.
an inspection on change of ownership that they can go back to.
You have a piece of paper that has your ownership basically on it. Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Gee, did they used to have
And put your brand on it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
in the old handwritten days before we went to the software, did they, when somebody, like usually in the fall, somebody bring in 100 head of mixed calves, steers and heifers, did they sex them and check them in as by the sex? Because they don't, like if I get, when I buy cattle and I get a thing, I said, Gene brings in 37 calves and they're mixed, they'll say mixed calves on my thing too, even though I may have bought only his steers or only his heifers. So technically, I've got a bill of sale on heifer calf years I might not have bought if I bought all your steers.
I'm not sure how it was done years and years ago, but we did put mixed calves into the new system because that's what our market supervisors asked for. They said, sometimes we get these loads in of mixed calves, and so we want to be able to have that option to put that on to the tallies, so.
But is there a way to differentiate that coming back out when they're inspected in, they're inspected out? So that does not happen?
They're not
So that he
inspected out.
doesn't have a bill of sale for heifer calves that he never bought?
They're not inspected out, but what you ought to, but they're not gonna sell, but they're not gonna sell a commingled in the ring though. So
Right.
maybe there's a way we go back to the sales receipts.
Yeah.
Because we really should fix this, because that really isn't right. I mean, because that is really true. He buys, just go through so everybody's clear. Gene brings 100 calves in, 50 steers and 50 heifers. They sex them at the sale barn. I buy the steers, but not the heifers. I got a bill of sale for 50 head of Gene's mixed calves.
Mhm.
So I find one of his cows 3 years later. Oh, look, I bought her as a heifer calf 3 years ago.
Yeah, I'm still listening. No. That was an ordinary. But
No,
yeah.
that has come up. That is an issue. We haven't, I don't know who found a real resolution to that.
Well, just the invoice from the sale barn. They can see Eric on this transaction bought 50 head of steer calves because it'll say it on the sale barn receipt.
And that's the way the records come from the sale barn to the brand inspector when they issue that. When I say inspected in, inspected out because we collect money on both in and out, but the inspected out is actually from the inspected in. Then the sale barn sells my calves to you and Jake, half and half. So each of you get half, but it'll say that you bought steer calves.
Yes, on the sale barn, yes.
On the sale receipt should say that you bought steer calves. So it seemed like it would be, it shouldn't be, in my simple mind, it wouldn't be that difficult to track that right into the inspection from the sale barn, whatever the sale barn gives to the brand inspector, that when he splits that load, because he has to physically say 50 head went to Eric and 50 head went to Jake.
But mine should say steers and his should say heifers.
Yeah.
Example we're working on.
Yeah, yeah, and it, I mean, like I say, in my simple mind, it doesn't seem like, because it says it on whatever paperwork they're getting from, let's just say, pays here. When it comes into the auction, into the brand office, it'll say that Eric bought, because it's a copy of, it's basically a copy of your tally sheet, isn't it? Of your purchases,
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore, this will be a good conversation to have tomorrow. So I actually have my market supervisors. We're gonna have our annual meeting tomorrow here in this room. So I think that will be a good topic of conversation of, is there something that we can do to fix this or be more accurate or address this issue?
There ought to be a way to go off the sale barn invoice. And I'm like, I understand where, I don't want to make a hell of a lot more work and slow everything down either, but I mean, really at the end of the day, we ought to fix it because I shouldn't have a bill of sale for cattle I didn't buy.
And those two systems don't talk to each other currently.
I understand it too.
Entertain the idea of, is there any way for us to build a link between the sale barn system and our system? That's about as far as it comes.
Well, how do they write my brand inspection coming in? It's off the sale barn, right? I mean, they actually get my hard card, right? That goes to brand parts. The hard card has the weight and the sex and the consignor, but not the price, because that's irrelevant. And then is that still manually entered?
And so
from the hard card into your database, so I can get my brand inspection?
No, so it's taken off basically our tally into a clearance sheet. So as we clear those animals, and then that's the document that you get. So.
But you know that I bought them because of the hard card, right?
Right.
So
there's still a transfer of.
The hard card must be entered into your software, right? To get me my sheet, to get me my clearance sheet, to know that I bought those 50 head of heifers. We'll stay with the same example. Or steers, I guess.
I don't think we enter that. We utilize that information to be able to clear those animals, but I don't think we enter that specific information into ours to clear.
Okay.
But I'd have to.
Yeah. Well, however we get the hard card information into your software, it seems like it's one more keystroke to put S or H.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why couldn't you just edit the clearance? Have a spot to edit and put heifers or steers. You wouldn't have to link it to the sale barn. Just have one spot where you edit that clearance.
Well, I think we could.
Yeah.
I'd have to visit probably with our market staff that are gonna be more familiar with those logistics than me.
What percentage of the strays get claimed?
It's not very high.
It's not very
It's
high.
not. I was just curious how many of them actually get claimed in the end.
The initial, it seems like we initially get, a handful of calls, probably more than that. And then after that, it just drops off pretty consistent.
Yeah, because the easy ones never get that far.
Right.
Because usually, the majority of the time, our staffers are gonna look at it and know who the brand is and be like, oh, I know who these belong to, give them a call and sort it out. Yeah, if they get to the yard, it's because everybody has failed to figure out who they belong to.
And I can testify for the department that at least in our part of the world, they are cow detectives, man. We have traced some of these old bags that Welsh sold in Glendale 2 years ago, and then Sydney from there and back and forth. And so, yeah, if they get to the Australians, it's not for lack of effort.
Mr. Chairman, I was just thinking about that brand. In my mind, the hard part of it is you checked him in as 100. They come through the backside, he buys 50. That inspector's got to find the other 50, which might be way over here in order to verify that there's 100 head. If he gives you 50 and goes back and there's 40, then he's got to have both sides, both the heifers and the steers verified before he can release them to make sure there wasn't one lost somewhere in the system.
That's just done on paper. They count them in coming in.
Yeah.
When Gene checks them in, they count them and inspect them.
Mm-hmm.
So they know exactly how many there is. And then the sale barn crew will sex them and sort them into size and everything else. And then, but after that, then it's just all paper.
Yeah, but he's just got to verify.
Gene Sheet's got a tally.
Yeah.
They got to make sure they sold 100 head of
where the
heads.
steers went, where the heifers went. Just to cross-reference that, I guess, is what I'm sitting here thinking. And it's easier for them to say 50 mixed calves, that one's gone, and when this one comes by later, 50 mixed calves, instead of verifying where the other half of that load went. Maybe that's not, anyway. There's your
Talk
task.
about tomorrow and get back to us.
Well, my idea was that instead of taking a field trip to Gardner and seeing the park, we should just all go work in a sale barn for a day and do all the clearances and understand.
Been there, done that, got that t-shirt. My sorting fee is $25 an hour.
You're cheap.
Yeah, and that's cheap. And that's cheap. I'm not very good at it.
But he's not, yeah, I was gonna say, you get what you pay for.
Get what you pay for.
Ms. Anderson mentioned though, I mean, that is anybody that would like to walk through, not that everybody isn't probably familiar, but on the backside, what our folks do, if you're interested. I mean, we are more than welcome.
That's what I'm saying. If we have all these ideas for the paperwork, we should be.
Well, some people from the East Coast maybe need to do that.
It is,
Love the help.
all right, I'll just keep moving. I want to, you guys are anxious, so. I just wanted to give a quick update on just the International Livestock Identification Association meeting that we had in Nebraska. So that was July 21st to the 23rd. The chairman was there with us, myself, Sean Hando, Wes Seward. One of our other area supervisors had a conflict, so wasn't able to join us. Ty Thomas, our previous assistant administrator, was elected president of the association, so he'll be there as a year. So it was exciting to see him in that role. We did have a number of good speakers. Some of the highlights that kind of jumped out at me, there was, so I looked at what we have for a brand search, and I'm impressed with what we've developed, but they did have some folks in the developer that were looking at, can I just take a picture of our brand and then be able to identify that brand and that owner? So off like a cell phone picture. And so I did get a chance to visit with them just briefly. It's still in development. It's not ready to roll out, but I'm like, well, I got a really nice brand database. It's already built and available. And if maybe we could be the test case if we want to go down that route. So did have that conversation. We'll see if that develops or if that program develops, but the concept had some merit, certainly from what I could see. Had some folks from the national NCBA there, Canadian Cattlemen's there. We did have quite a few virtual fencing explanation or talking folks that gave certainly updates on that. One of the other things that they're continuing working on the infrared brands. So scans, so looking at, can you tell if that brand was altered or not by ultrasound and infrared? He is getting pretty good at the information that he can pull from that, although he can't necessarily just pick a date like, oh, that was branded in July 20th of 2024. he can't quite pick that, but he can definitely tell the difference between if a brand has been altered or not. So is continuing that research. So that certainly was pretty interesting. There was one that looked at basically the cattle muzzle, so as a biometric, so they're looking at it just like a fingerprint. So we had at ours cattle identification just from facial recognition. And so they're continuing different ways to identify these animals. And so this one certainly was pretty interesting to look at.
And what percentage? They were in the 90 some percentile. I don't remember exact number of positive. I mean, they can verify that they can recognize over 90%, and that muzzle is just like the muzzle grows just like your fingerprint. So as a baby, your fingerprint's the same as it is when you're my age, and that muzzle was just like a fingerprint.
Yeah, so if we look at, the facial recognition, they were in the upper 90s.
Yeah.
Black cattle, was their kind of their test case. And so we're looking at, 90% plus. So, I mean, there are some emerging technologies that certainly, I think, potentially will be useful. And cost-wise, even that facial recognition was not off the table.
No.
So.
No, that's what you just think about animal welfare and where the world's going and technology, and a brands department may be a thing of the past. Probably not in my lifetime, but in Jake's lifetime, because he's way younger,
But currently, it is the only way to permanently identify an animal. So,
yeah.
So yeah, I think one of the biggest benefits certainly out of this conference is it's an opportunity for us to just build on our working relationships with other states, other investigators in other states, and it's all across the country really. And we don't really know where these animals are going to end up. And the volume of cattle that move across the country, as you all know, is just astronomical. So, we may think, well, we'll never be dealing with some folks from Texas, but we are. And so it's not just Idaho and Wyoming and Dakotas.
Yeah,
I was going to say, that's my input, Jane, and you should, when you guys go to these meetings, focus on that. I mean, everything Gene said about hot iron brands is absolutely right. And you lose a lot of high value too for that, and it's work and there's no help to be had. But the big thing as we move forward is we got to have some sort of uniformity. And usually I'm not a big federal top down guy, but the biggest problem with the brand laws is that there's only 30, in our part of the world, you get your stolen cattle east of the river and they're gone. Get them to Iowa, gone. Minnesota, gone. There are no brands, there are no nothing. Dude, check them in the sale barn, they're your cattle.
We were in
so if we have some kind of
a split state.
Yeah, or a split. Well, look, North Dakota's split state.
Yeah,
North Dakota's
South Dakota. But it just blows my mind.
So if we're going to get to sometime either facial recognition or nose prints or whatever, we got to do it everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's why they're giving the presentations at this. The other thing that, and Jake, you can finish up, but the thing that kind of caught my attention too was the amount of thefts that other states seem to be investigating. And I don't know, maybe we're missing some theft that's happening in the state and not being recognized as theft necessarily, because I don't think we're investigating as many theft cases as it seemed like some of the other states south of us. Utah had quite an extensive investigation of theft, and then of course you get into the more open states, Texas and New Mexico. But so do you think we're missing?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, certainly, people are successful in stealing cattle, but I think we have quite a bit more regulation in place than just about any other state. And so I think that thwarts a lot of what we would anticipate from thefts, just because, one, we have more people, we have more regulation, we have more requirements. So all of that combined, I think, does reduce our risk when it comes to that.
Yeah, I was gonna.
And the market, but that's one place where the high market's working against us. $1,000 day old calves, boy, one thief in your calving pasture, that's pretty good night's work. You can get half a dozen day olds in there, take them to the sale barn and get away with it.
And they were
We can
talking
see
about
a little bit of that. at our own markets, which
Yeah.
then leads to an investigation.
I think a lot of things I've learned through the years and looking at other states where we have a bit of an advantage. I remember last year ILA when we hosted in Billings, and I was sitting one evening with the entire Nevada brands department at a table, their entire department. They had 2 investigators, and they cover the entire state of Nevada. And so we have, and then when you add to it what our administrative office is, we have a lot more staffing, and so Montana has put more resources. The producers in Montana have put more resources into it. I think, as Jay said, I'd speak to like the layers of regulation we have. So there's hardly anyone who is regulating movement and change of ownership the way we are anymore. There's really no one that has the staffing at the market. So if you're actually going through a consignment company, that, you've got someone checking them in, you got somebody changing them ownership, you got people holding proceeds if things don't match up. It's pretty Western in a lot of these other commission companies in other states, because you don't have that regulation in place and those people there checking that. And I'd even say our brand system itself, I'm always amazed, we have 51,000 brands on record, and you talk to these other states and they have 5,000 brands in the state, or you go to a Texas, and not Texas, but the county clerks give out the brands, and I can have these, if I'm right on the county line, I can have the same exact brand as Eric, and that's just the way it is. And,
Really? I didn't know that.
And
They're
so,
same location, same brand?
a lot of the things that we have in place, they do, and that's what I always try to tell people. You can deregulate as much as you want to. Those regulations serve their purpose. I like to think that the resources Montana's put into it and the strength of the laws in Montana is why we don't see as much theft and fraud as we see in other states. I don't think we could be missing some, there's no doubt, but I also think there's a lot of deterrence to trying to get away with things here, because you're gonna get caught at some level here versus how it happens in other states.
You think about the first commissioner of livestock, who was also the first president of Montana Stock Growers. He was in place because of cattle theft in both instances, and he took care of business. And that's where it started. Both organizations were started because of theft, and I guess we have a better handle on it than, like you said, you get them east of the river. I mean, you're talking about simple. All you gotta do is get them across the river and sell them to somebody, and so, all right.
Yeah. Okay, just last one more quick update. So just on truck stops, I'll give you a more comprehensive after August. But we did just conduct a truck stop at Great Cliff. We did it in conjunction kind of with the Bozeman Rodeo, and we had a total of 30 stops, 14 verbal warnings, 3 written warnings, and then 3 notice to appear citations that we had written. Some no CVI, one individual, no brand inspection on horses. They were doing some day riding back between counties and just didn't want to get an inspection, so they got a citation.
Lifetime would have solved it.
So there was another one somewhat similar to that, that also got a citation. One of the challenges that we did face kind of at that one is just, we're starting to see a tremendous volume of traffic on the interstate. And so it was tough for a few trailers actually to get pulled over into our truck stop. So we had to run them down. And then the wind was 100 miles an hour, and it was hard to kind of keep our signs upright. So they were as scratched and strapped as much as we could to try to keep them upright. I think that did influence some people missing that. So
Great Cliff may not be the best one.
It is a great location because of where we could get people off and get them there safely, but that was a challenge certainly from a wind perspective. So
you'd sign up for a CVI if they had a brand inspection going out of state, but they didn't have a health with them?
Right. And so I don't think they had an import number either. So I think those animals just came in without any paperwork, is what it looked like.
Were they coming in or going out? They're coming in.
They had come into the state, but I think they were probably leaving. So they had got into the state without any paperwork.
The trucker can have the CVI on his phone, can he? He doesn't need a hard copy.
Right, right. That's all electronic. Yep. I think that was it. So, I'll give you a quick rundown. We are conducting a number of other truck stops, and I think I gave you a rundown on our, up there in Gene's area, up there on the reservation there, but, certainly that was a good one too. So I'll give you a more complete, rundown after, the remainder of these truck stops are conducted this month. I think that's it for me, unless there was any other questions.
I should have asked earlier on, with the retirement in Lewistown, what is the timeline or coverage since that retirement's gonna happen, what, at the end of this month? Kind of right square in the middle of when things get heated up.
Yeah, so, we're gonna get that position posted as quick as we can. We do have a part-time, market investigator there, or market inspector there.
She's doing well.
Yeah, that's doing well. Also, what we do in those situations is we do have our district investigator there that works that sale, so they basically can pick up the slack in the interim when that person gets put in place. And then also depending on, who the successful candidate is, there'll be a whole training regimen around that. What we've learned in the markets typically is that, as back in the previous years, and market supervisors, they had already been a market inspector for 10 or 20 years, and then they move into the market supervisor position. So they had, adequate knowledge of how the markets run. We're starting to see less of that, so that we're really now developing more of a training program, similar somewhat to our FTO program with our investigators, around kind of market supervisors to make sure that, they can certainly operate and be successful at those markets. So the push is to get that advertised as quickly as possible and fill that position.
Okay, but the reality is filling that position probably creates another opening right behind it. That's.
That very well could be the case.
Yeah.
Good thing you don't have to come to ask us to hire them.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you.
all I can say.
Yeah, just keep them on.
So make sure your paperwork doesn't blow out the window this fall. Look bad if the chair of the board of livestock got a notice to appear.
I tell my crew, because we went through the truck stop every day I went through it, every day was there. And my crew went through it quite a few times. And I believe the one time they loaded up a different horse than they loaded the inspection with. I said, get them on your phone. And I think they just got written a warning. Jeff gave them a warning that there was a horse that was in the trailer, and they didn't have that particular horse's lifetime with them. That's the trouble with having, I don't know, we got 10, 12 horses around there, and so it depends on who's riding, which horses go, and which pickups pulling the trailer. So
My horses all got lifetime. Of course, they all got serial numbers too, but. Don't worry about that.
In our country, those don't work so good. So, all right.
Thank you, Chairman, board.
Any more questions for? Okay, thank you, Jay. So we have one public member here that sat here all day listening. Would you like to introduce yourself and then give us any comments or questions, and if you'd like to come up here, that's fine. If you'd like to sit over here, that's fine.
No, I stay here. I'm Don Warner. I'm a general practitioner from Laurel, and I heard you were in town, and I also have a little bit of contact with this new university. I'm making up my mind how this is gonna come out. And that's one thing that I saw was on the agenda, and then I found out at the last minute it had been changed. And so that's an interest of mine is how possibly we'll be educating young veterinarians here in our state. And I just haven't been to one of your meetings in a long time. I thought this was a good opportunity. And it was a good way to spend the day. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
I don't have anything other than I do work with critters with, you know, the true native animal to Montana that's got a kind of a humpy back and a lot of fur and work with the tribes on that. And it's interesting to hear your comments on that. And I'm still involved in that a little bit. I'm semi-retired, but I still own my practice. Anybody, I'm looking for a good young man, young person, woman, man, to help me, especially with our range beef cattle and that bison.
Oh.
Put him in Santa Cruz.
Yes, you know, and I've had a couple of comments when people find out that, you know, set on and question me. And I say, well, there's a potential veterinarian school here going to be in Montana. And the comments I get, I hope so, because my nearest vet is 3 counties away or whatever. And, you know, and then I know there's a practice up in Conrad that's looking to sell to the next generation, and so far there's nobody there that's knocking at the door to take over that practice.
Yes, it's a real concern. I've seen, I've been here since 1968 when I graduated from vet school in Colorado, and came here and worked for Gus Ancanella down north, across from the North Stockyards. Seen a lot of changes in the valley. Almost everywhere I go in this valley, this immediate area, where I used to go to work small cattle herds, feeders, and the ranches in the bigger area, it's getting less and less, and it's really changing, and kind of concerned about it.
More concrete and asphalt.
Too much in our valley. I'd like it.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about where we're losing practitioners, especially in the rural areas, but it's hard to make a living year round. It really is. It's not so bad treating dogs and cats here, but.
Mm-hmm. No, and dogs and cats, most of the time you don't have to go out into the blizzard at midnight or 2 in the morning to help a prolapse or a breech birds or whatever. You know, if you do have to see them, it's in where it's warm, so that's always an issue with. So. All right. Well, I thank you for sitting here and enduring this today. And
I enjoyed it.
You're welcome anytime.
I enjoyed talking to a few of you folks that I know and some that I hope to know.
Well, thank you. So, is there anybody else online?
Mr. Syverson's still out there, but I don't know if he had something he wanted to say or not.
No. Mr. Simonson, are you out there, and can you hear us? If there's something you'd like to address the board about, you have the floor. Okay.
Now the fun part, which is trying to figure out how we meet in the fall with this group of people.
Yeah. Good luck.
And if we can meet in the fall with this group of people.
Well, and the other thing that we've talked about, and I think the fall is probably the best time to try to do it, is to have a meeting in either Livingston or Bozeman so that we can take a little tour of the DSA and get some of us that don't live there a little more familiar with zone 1 and zone 2 and zone 3 and whatever. So I guess we'd have to start with absolute no's on dates. So and then I assume we have a calendar here. So we would look at sometime mid-September, late September.
You should do the 26th and have a birthday party for your wife.
What's that?
26th also works for me.
26th?
That's your wife's birthday. We could have a cake. I won't say how. She's turning 43.
Yeah, online.
We won't have Jay on the
Video.
26th.
No, I was just joking.
No, but we won't have Jay at that time period, but we can do without Jay if we have to.
All I would say is
One of us can get us.
if we want to do a meeting and go to the DSA, September would probably be the best month for me to do it. Just come October, November.
I'm
doing it with him.
And if you're gonna plan on that, you need to have 2 days held out probably. Probably an afternoon if you're gonna do that, and then a meeting the next morning. It'd be probably tough to organize doing a meeting and that on the same day unless Dr. Schmansky has a different.
No, I would agree, Mr. Chair. Do you want to do, I'm assuming you just want to do the north side?
Yes.
I think that was way, because the west side is fairly easy to explain, and most of us, if we've been down there in that Hebgen Lake area, we can kind of picture the natural landscape. But, I came through the north side last year and was in contact with Mike because I was giving a tour, I need to go there physically because.
Oh, you should have called me. I could have met you at the park line.
Yeah, I should have. Because we stopped at the park line there and looked around for a minute, but we didn't. So anyway, but.
We're gonna steal Lily's house then?
I think he'd rather stay at Allen's.
Well,
Yeah, it's all gone.
You stay at Lily's house, you gotta melt one either
That's
morning or
right.
night.
Yeah, you gotta pick your milk.
And if we are going on the road again, I don't quite know, we'll figure out where we will be. I don't know what options are in Livingston. I've never hosted a meeting there. Obviously,
There's a bunch of new hotels, so.
that have a room.
There's always
like this.
Chico.
Yeah.
There is Chico.
There's, yes, we can meet at Chico.
We do meetings, we do our watershed
I think
group
you there, I
meetings
do.
at Chico at their little conference room thing there.
What's that?
We do, well, we're like a meeting, IBP meetings.
Yeah, at Chico.
We do meetings there quite a bit.
Yeah, and it's a very nice space.
Well, I think there's that one motel that we stayed at that's right on the north side of the freeway, right where you get
The
off.
Fairfield.
Is it
Or
the Fairfield?
well,
Yeah,
there's
and
2
it-
there now. There's like the home.
Okay.
The Fairfield.
And I know it had a,
yeah,
Meeting
it's the
room.
9th that's scheduled. Yeah, so
I think,
the 9th is the only day I have scheduled in September.
So what I would propose then is we would try to do like maybe arrival and on the 25th, and maybe try to go the afternoon of the 25th. And then we'd have one way or the other, depends on what schedule or what we can get into, if we're gonna go all the way down, and, because the park would probably let us go look at the Stevens Creek facility as well.
I had asked them and they said they would accommodate us.
And so depending on that, it would either be touring the afternoon of the 25th, meeting the morning of the 26th, or, to midday or so, or vice versa, depending on what worked best. That's what I'd be thinking, but if those are the dates you're looking at, we can hold those 2 days, and then we'll just give us a little flexibility on finalizing location and which way the schedule's gonna work.
I think that's why you get paid the big bucks.
I just got told we're moving cows on the 27th, so.
So you need to get
Probably
home by late the 26th. If you get home that night, you're fine.
Probably I better be home. Cause that's my son, they're moving their cows and they've gotta trail them off the bench and haul them home, so. Usually the day before they're staging and then they haul on 27th, so. I probably better be around the 26th or 27th, so I think anything other than that, I'm good.
24th, 25th,
I'm going with that if you guys are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife would be disappointed, I guess. Jake
Lily
didn't have
punched
some
in
birthday
to see
party
where
for
she's
her.
at.
Well,
She's been to the park before.
I have been. Well, but Alan might have a Central Montana producer meeting that he has to come to, so hang on. And you probably can do.
Central Montana.
Well, if we're there, we can all come.
It's the 24th, so we're talking about the 25th and 26th.
Well.
No, he didn't do 26th.
Oh,
He
crap.
wants the
No, well,
24th.
yeah, I can do the 24th, but I've been to the park, so if you do the park, the 24th.
And you know where all the landmarks are. You know where Tom Miner is. You know where Cutler Meadows is. You know where the Cow Guard is.
I do know where the cattle garden
Do
is.
the
Where is the meeting at?
Lewistown.
So what?
Nope, we changed it to Harlow. It's at the Wheeling County Fairgrounds.
What meeting?
Well, you haven't gotten your invitation yet.
I'm not supposed to plan my meeting.
Hey, guys, I have, we'll be midnight before.
All
I
right.
get home, so.
Yeah, we'll let you know. So those days work for you.
Yeah, they were just.
All right. Thank you, William. Yep. Have safe travels.
Yeah, the 18th would be better, 17th, 18th.
I'm flexible all those days, but I can't guarantee because it just depends with me on when the chopper shows up. If we're done or haven't started yet, I'm fine. If not, I'm not. So, and I will know like 12 hours prior. How much notice I get.
And yeah, we can be flexible. I'm not anticipating major things for an agenda for a meeting. So we'll see.
I think it's useful to see that country though, for those of us who've never been there.
That's probably the most important.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Because if we do get a nasty winter and a nasty walkout and stuff, it'd be helpful
Well,
to
it's
know
just-
what you're talking about. You're telling us the
Exactly,
agenda,
yeah,
this,
we
that.
talked about region two and.
You two start talking and I just glaze over, cause I have no idea. what you're
Me too.
Yeah, and I see it in my head. I just.
That's what I'm going.
Well, and Alan and Lily both know, what he's talking about, but the rest of us are.
We just kind of go, okay, it's
Yeah.
either close to park or it's not.
I'm gonna rely on you for this one.
I probably should have brought this up sooner to this board. I just thought maybe everybody else was more familiar than I was, so but, all right. So what dates do you want to do? The
17th and 18th.
17th and 18th?
Yeah.
That.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
All right, 17th and 18th. And, times and location to be announced.
To be determined.
So I'm assuming either Bozeman or, and I'm thinking Livingston's gotta be cheaper than Bozeman.
Oh, 1,000%.
I think Chico's the best idea, cause then you're.
Unless we stay
close
with
to
Jake.
Spark
Now
City.
Jake volunteered yours. We
Yeah.
should stay with
Well,
Jake.
I mean, aiming to make that.
Maybe you can set up cots at the slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I just don't like steak.
They've done,
I know with the shared bathroom.
they've done for our meetings that we've had, they do a real good.
I made it.
All right.
They do better watch what we had today.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting closed.
Good thinking.
So we get off the